Good morning. We are live from the 2025 Garza County Junior Livestock Show, and we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, as we usually do. We apologize for that. We're trying to get things worked out for you. You might have a little bit of a hum, and we'll work on that in just a little bit. That is the actual PA announcer's microphone. It's making that noise, and they're not saying anything yet. So that was a cow, wasn't it? Okay, so that wasn't the PA guy. Jim Plummer here. Russ Morris is going to help bring this presentation to you today. It's a special presentation of Post Sports Radio. Got some great sponsors on this stream, including Gary and Tanya Gilliland. Gary is the ag teacher at Post High School, and Tanya is the diagnostician. I'm going to ask you about that word at the high school. And their daughter Macy is a participant in the stock show today, those in the past as well as those coming up in the future. Wind Resources LLC. Wind Resources is an energy company in the oil and gas industries. The business started 3.5 years ago and is looking toward growth in and around the 15 West Texas and current production counties they have now. And Chuck Morris is the local production foreman, a relation to our Russ Morris, of course. And PHS alum and former stock shower, I should say, is Bryce Easter. He is with E6 Welding. So those are our major streaming sponsors, and they've got lots of sponsors here at the show itself, and we'll try to add those as we go throughout today. Russ, you check the noise on the stream there. How's it sound?
It's you can hear it on the stream online on Facebook. It's not too bad, but for those that are watching, please let us know in the Facebook comments throughout the day how.
Testing 1 2 3. We're back. Okay, sorry about that. The PA announcing was about to start. Russ, I'm gonna let you take it from here. I'm gonna work on some kinks here. Okay.
All right, sounds good. So if you can see on camera, there's a little bit of a meeting going on for get the final preparations going set. And looking to my left, they're getting ready to walk the heifers in through the main gate, which is the first show of the day. Jim mentioned Macy Gilliland earlier. She is participating in the heifer show. She has the only heifer in the class of the English heifers. So this will be a real quick show. There's only 4 heifers in total. The first class with the only class English heifers is shown by Macy Gilliland. It will be followed by the exotic heifer class with Annie bass singer and Sarah McCoy, and then Sarah McCoy has brother Cody McCoy, should say, has an exotic.
I'm sorry.
So this heifer show will be going by pretty quickly with only 4 heifers being involved, and like Jim said, we're getting ready for the opening commencements here with the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, and everything else. I used to, for those that grew up watching, I showed from my 3rd grade year with pigs, and I showed all the way through my senior year, and I switched from showing pigs to steers my senior year. And showing the stock show, I had a lot of fun doing it, and I recommend anybody that's able to participate in it. It's a great teacher of responsibility at a young age, and it's also a very good tool to teach for time management, because you have something that you're involved in throughout the course of a calendar year, and it shows how well you can manage your animal and take care of it and get it ready to the best of your ability and the best of its ability. And And all in all, it's a really good event and a good source of character building. So I highly recommend anybody that's able to participate in the stock show if they have a chance to do so.
Good morning, everybody. The 61st Annual Garza County Junior Livestock Show. We'll go ahead and begin today's festivities with our pledges. Our American pledge led by Caleb Grubbs, our Texas pledge led by Zach Gatos, and a prayer led by Caleb Sanchez. If we could have everybody please stand, and gentlemen, please remove your caps.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Now everybody heads with me. Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunities to gather here today. We ask you for your blessing and all the participants and their animals and everybody involved in this event. Please keep us safe and guide us through the show in good sportsmanship, respect, kindness. May we honor you in all we do. Amen.
What's his name?
Brody Hoffman. I can do that. You just stand under there and wait for us to hand you stuff. Our judge this year is Brody Hoffman. He presides in Garden City with his brother, and they raise show goats, and he also raises cotton. He was part of the judging team from Texas Tech and was part of the 2016 winning team. He has a wife, Brianna, and 2 children, Tess and Emmett. We want to thank Mr. Hoffman for being here with us today.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started this morning with our heifers. First class, English, exhibitor Macy Gilliland.
Well, first of all, good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me out to sort your show here today. We start our heifer show off with the young lady's red-necked Hereford here. I really like a lot of things about this female. I mean, she's one that could use some competition and could stand some competition. One that's got a lot of substance, a lot of body. I love her rib shape. She's really dimensional through her upper rib and out through her hip. But then when she puts her in motion, she's still relatively sound. She blends smooth enough from the profile. And the young lady does a good job getting her parked. I think it all makes sense and balances well from the side. Let's give her a round of applause.
We'll move into the exotic. Our exhibitors are Annie Bassinger and Sarah McCloy.
Well, a nice pair of females. We bring in our second class of the heifer show here today. I think they have some similarities in between them, in terms of their flesh, in terms of their rib shape, being just a bit greener in terms of their condition. Maybe have a little bit more growing to do going down the road. I'm going to leave them in the order they come in. I like the young lady's female up front. This one's got a lot more look up through her front end. She's really long out how she ties her neck out the top of her shoulder. She's level down her top and big out of her hip. She's relatively sound. Like again, just said, she's a bit greener in terms of her body shape. Bit more time on feeding. This one blow up just nice. Like that one quite a bit. The young lady's heifer we've got in second. Again, really sound, really functional type of heifer. She's good in terms of her center body. Just a bit greener in her forerib, a bit greener in her flesh. Doesn't have quite the look and extension up through her front end as the one ahead of her. But a nice set of females. Let's congratulate these young ladies.
Our final class for heifers, exotic, Cody McCloy.
Well, a good job to this young man with his heifer calf he's got here. A really nice female that I think could stand some more competition as well in our lone entry. One that's really sound on her feet and legs, one that's good in terms of her body shape. She's attractive enough through her front end. Again, maybe like the ones we had in our previous class, just a bit greener in terms of her condition, a bit greener in terms of her rib shape. Keep this one on feed and grow her out another year. I think this one looks awfully nice. Let's congratulate him on a job well done. Well, a nice representation we've had of our heifer show here today. Out here in contention for champion heifer overall, I think we've got 3 exhibitors doing just an exceptional job. My compliments to them on their hard work back at home and in the show ring here today. With that being said, I think we've got 3 females out here that are different in what they bring to the table. They're different. They're at different stages in their life and their flesh and their endpoint. One's at 12 o'clock, and we've got a couple that are just a bit further behind in terms of their flesh, have a bit more growing to do. But with that said, I think there's one that fits me to a T in terms of combining a lot of stoutness, a lot of body, and still putting it together relatively smooth and balanced from the profile. The young lady's Hereford will be your champion, and then Class 2 will be your reserve. Let's congratulate them.
that wrapped up the heifer show here at the Garza County Junior Livestock Show. Your grand champion heifer went to Macy Gilliland, and the reserve grand champion heifer went to Annie Bassinger. So congratulations to those two young ladies. As now we're going to move on to the steer show. The grand champion buckle is sponsored by Texas Farm Bureau, and the reserve grand champion buckle is sponsored by Day Cattle. And also give a shout out to the showmanship award winners for each. The junior showmanship steers going sponsored by 3F Cattle Services, and the senior showmanship steers sponsored by Rusty Morris. So first up for the first class of steers is the ABC class. It is shown by Cameron Menchaca and Josiah Menchaca. Be followed by the English lightweight class, the English medium weight class, and the English heavyweight class. Then it'll be after the English heavyweight class, it'll be the exotic lightweights, followed by the exotic medium weight class and the exotic heavyweight class. So there are 7 classes of steers in general, so this will be a more considerably longer show as opposed to the heifer show that just took place a few moments ago.
As we're waiting for the steers, once again with the heifers, our grand champion is Macy Gilliland, and our reserve grand champion, Annie Basinger. Let's give those ladies one more round of applause.
Once again, remind everybody this is a special presentation on Post Sports Radio. We would like to thank our streaming sponsors, Gary and Tanya Gilliland. Gary is the ag teacher at Post High School, and Tanya is the diagnostician at the school. And their daughter, Macy, who you just saw show in the steer show, is a participant in the stock show today, and those in the past as well as those coming up. Wind Resources LLC is an energy company in the oil and gas industries. The business started 3.5 years ago and is looking toward growth in and around.
Okay, looks like we're ready to start it with the steers in the ABC class. We have Cameron Menchaca and Josiah Menchaca.
Again, the business started about 3.5 years ago and is looking toward growth in and around the 15 West Texas counties. And with the current production, the Chuck Morris is the local production foreman, and PHS alum and former stock shower Bryce Easter of E6 Welding. So thank you to all of our sponsors who are able to help put this thing together for us to broadcast the stock show today. Is now looking to my left. In comes Josiah Menchaca and Cameron Menchaca. Cameron Menchaca showing the red or roan colored steer. Sorry, Josiah is, and Cameron followed right behind him is showing the grayish, brownish colored steer.
change the camera when needed. And then start going back this way.
Well, we've got a nice pair of ABC steers with these two young gentlemen have out here today. They're feeling themselves this morning, maybe not want to cooperate just quite right, but I think they've got a nice pair of them. They're doing an awfully good job. I'm going to leave them in the order they come in. I think the young man's red cap up front is really practical in terms of his body shape. He's really sound on his feet and legs, and he's good and dimensional out through his hip. He's got a lot of mass down his top. He's got a lot of thickness from behind. Maybe not the flashiest one up front. Maybe could use just a shot more expression and crisp in terms of his shape. But I think a really practical fat steer that's got a nice set of feet and legs under him. A really good, solid place to start. The young man's got a bit more prospecty when we've gotten second. This one's got more expression down his top, right behind his shoulder. He's more expressive out of his hip and into his stifle. When he wants to cooperate and park, he's got a more extension up front. Probably got more foot size underneath. But to me, this one just comes maybe just a couple more pieces. Maybe he wants to pinch right there in his heart. Maybe he wants to round out of his hip just a hair. But a really expressive one at that. A nice pair of steers. Let's give him a hand.
Congratulations to Josiah.
Once again,
Menchaca.
congratulations to Josiah Menchaca, first place. Cameron Menchaca, second place in the ABC class. Next up, English lightweight. First exhibitor, Annie Basinger, Josiah Menchaca, Cameron Menchaca.
Once again, this is the 2025 Garza County Junior Livestock Show. Special presentation on Post Sports Radio. Russ Morris and Jim Plummer bringing it to you today. Russ the expert, Jim the not expert.
Well, I wouldn't consider myself an expert.
Good enough. Close enough for government work, I would say, right?
I guess so. Again, just to remind everybody of the upcoming class, this is the first class of the 3 English classes. So it's the lightweight class, and the competitors are Annie Basinger, followed by Josiah Menchaca and Cameron Menchaca.
As we promised, we diverted from basketball to some moves and some bahs and what else?
Well, there'll be some oinks following these last class of moves.
Okay, those are coming up. You can smell them in the distance. Well, the best thing about watching this online, Russ, is that it's odor-free, right, and dust-free.
But I will say, doing this as long as I did, you can noticeably tell the difference as far as your local atmosphere walking in the showborn. The atmosphere around the pig side of the showborn is considerably different from that of the lamb and goats side of the barn, and then the steers and heifers, which are kept outside. And it's just how your allergies want to be treated as far as to which atmosphere you're going to walk across first, because each animal requires less amount of wood chips and dust to be taken
Okay.
care of.
That's a good thing, especially when you have allergies. Yeah. Of course, both the 4-H and the FFA kids are participating in this show, right?
Yes, so everybody that competes in Garza County 4-H is here. Post FFA as well as Southland FFA is here competing here in the Garza County Livestock Show. Southland had their stock show last weekend, and the results of that show will be in this upcoming issue of the Post Dispatch, as well as the full results from today's show as well.
So the Dispatch, Russ knows a lot about that. He writes the sports. If you're keeping track of that, he does a great job, both Southland and Post. And like you said, next week, which will be the 17th edition, or the January 17th edition. But if you get it online like I do, you can look at it Thursday morning, which I like to do and be one of the first to see it. So we're getting ready for, what are we getting ready for? More cows.
More cows. This is the lightweight class, the lightweight English class. Remind everybody, it's Annie Basinger, followed by Josiah and Cameron Menchaca. Again, for those wondering how the judge would like to sort animals, it's all a personal preference, to be honest with you. Each judge is different. So if you take this group of steers, no matter the results that come out of this class, I guarantee you, if you take them to Fort Worth or Houston, it's going to be a different judge and the order could change. So it's all about ring experience here today, looking to get your animal the show experience and yourself show experience. But most importantly, this is a reward of your efforts for how you took care of your animal throughout the year in the days leading up to this event. Again, this show, you might be asking yourself what the show sticks are for and everything like that with the steers. Well, if you look at the Menchaca brothers, how they're rubbing the stick underneath the belly of the steer, that's mainly just to calm the steer down, much like you'd be rubbing or scratching your dog's belly when he wants a belly rub, just to like calm him down or be playful with him. That's essentially what's going on. The show stick there, and there's a little tip of the stick that you'll press on in between the toes of the steers. Well, that's mainly to get the steer profiled right, to where you can set up the muscles and the body in a way that you can express it to the judge. That way the judge can see the entire profile of the steer. It's also why there's a hook that's on the show stick as well. It's to grab the back heel of the two hooves of the steer to get it lined up exactly where its foot meets its shoulders. That way, like I said previously, you can get it profiled the way you would want it, to where the judge can get a good look at the body of the steer.
Well, nice trio of steers we've got here in our English division. The young man's Angus steer up front's got a lot of cool pieces. I really like this thing up front. He really sends his neck out high and tight. He's good in the angle of his shoulder. He's got a lot of reach and flexibility and maintains his top line on the move. Get away from him. I really like a lot of things up through his front end. Got a lot of cool balance pieces. Maybe not the fleshiest, maybe not the most expressive at this stage of the game, but I think he'll get there. He's relatively sound. He's good on his feet and legs. Got a cool look up front. Like that one quite a bit. Of the Herefords here we've gotten two. This one's got some interesting pieces. Really big and bold in terms of his body shape and his forerib. He's got more up high than the steer ahead of him. He's bigger out of his hip to me. I think he's got a lot of fleshing ability, a lot of practicality in terms of his body weight and his rib cage. To me, you get this guy in motion. He's just a bit more vertical up through his front end, maybe a bit more vertical out of his hock. Not as attractive up front, but one that's got a lot of practical fast steer fundamentals, body, flesh, and muscle. Well, the young lady's doing a good job with this one in three. When she gets him parked, he gives a good look up front, really fresh at the top of his blade, really expressive down his top, has a lot of shape of muzzle, just giving up some dimension today, maybe giving up some weight. Then you get this guy on the move. He wants to kind of get outside of himself, maybe just not certain where he wants to set him down right now, but one that's going to have a bright future going forward. Let's give all three of them a round of applause.
Congratulations to Cameron Menchaca on winning class champion of the English lightweights, followed by Josiah Menchaca in second and Annie Basinger.
Congratulations once again, Cameron Menchaca first place, Josiah Menchaca second place, Annie Basinger third place in the English lightweight.
Next is the English medium weight. There are two steers in this class. First one is shown by Macy Gilliland, and the second one is the younger brother of Carter Petty, Carson Petty.
Moving on to the English medium weight, Macy Gilliland and Carson Petty.
Carson is also showing another steer as well. He has one steer in the English heavyweight class, so we can go ahead and congratulate him on being class champion of the English heavyweight class, which is typically how that works. The helpers in the ring are Mandy and Buddy Thompson. Their kids showed in the stock show for years, for as long as Jake, my younger brother, and myself were showing. They were always involved with everything here at the Garza County Stock Show.
I guess they're empty nesters now for a couple of years at least.
Well, it's good to see that there's familiar faces still getting involved in this stock show. It would be a shame if these two were not involved in the steer show. They do a wonderful, and I mean a wonderful job. While I have the opportunity, I want to give a shout out to the seniors participating here in the 2025 Garza County Stock Show. There are several seniors from Post ISD and Southland ISD, so I want to recognize them. First one is Macy Gilliland from Post ISD, followed by McKaylee Green from Southland ISD, Zach Grubbs from Southland ISD, Hannah Krauser from Post ISD, Cameron Menchaca from Post ISD, Cooper Osborne from Post ISD, Giovanni Rodella from Southland ISD, and Kason Wink from Post ISD. So congratulations to all you seniors that are participating in your final county show here today. Your hard work, I'm pretty sure, has not gone unnoticed throughout these years, and best of luck in your remaining endeavors in your, whether you compete in athletics the remainder of the year or if you are showing at a major show here in the next month or two.
Can you continue to show after high school?
Yes, you can actually. Texas Tech, I know their ag program, they compete in collegiate stock shows as well. And I believe this is the judge giving his thoughts and opinions on the place and the order of the two Hereford steers that are out here.
Well, a nice pair of Hereford steers we've got here today. I'm going to lead off with the young lady up front. Both these steers have body, both of them have muscle and dimension. To me, the difference is the young lady's steer is just a bit more flexible in terms of his motion. He's more relaxed in the angle of his shoulder. He's got more reach up front. He's more relaxed in his spine, and as a result, he's more flexible out of his hip and his hind leg. Is he a bit plainer up through his front 1/3? Yeah, but he's got more extension, he's got more flex, and he's got more reach. And again, a steer that's really bold in terms of his body shape. He's got plenty of muscle down his top. Just a really practical place to start. The young man's steer we've got in second. This one's really bold in terms of his forerib. He's got a lot of mass and expression of muscle down his top. He's really thick from behind. To me, just a bit jammed up through his front end. Bit shorter neck, maybe a bit more vertical in his shoulder, bit more vertical out of his hock. But a steer that's got a lot of muscle and a lot of product, just not as flexible as the steer that precedes him. But a nice pair of them. Let's give him a hand.
Congratulations to Macy Gillen on the class champion Hereford steer here in the English medium weight class, and Carson Petty in second. And then now we're fixing to get Carson Petty's second steer in the English heavyweight class. Believe he has his steer tied up around one of the fence posts out to my left, and so he'll just exchange one steer for another. With him being the only steer in the English heavyweight class, I want to go ahead and congratulate him on being the class champion, and he'll have an opportunity to compete against.
Once again, congratulations to Macy Gilliland, first place, and Carson Petty, second place in the English medium weight class. Staying in the English, moving on to heavyweight, Carson Petty.
And again, Carson Petty, with him being the class champion of the heavyweight class, he'll have an opportunity to show his steer against the other two class champions to determine the breed champion of the English breed of steer.
Well, the young man's got a really nice lone entry here. Maybe at first wasn't sure if he wanted to be in here or not. Maybe didn't give the best first impression, but the longer we're out here we look at him, the more I tend to like this guy. You get to a three-quarter shot of this one. He's really good in terms of his four-rib shape. He widened back to his pin set, really thick from behind. You get your hands on him. He's big right behind his shoulder. He blends relatively smooth from the side, and he's relatively balanced. I think a really nice steer that just grows on you the more you look at him. Let's congratulate him on a job well done.
And now in come the class champions of all three of the English classes. You have Cameron Menchaca, Macy Gilliland, and Carson
At this time,
Petty.
we'll have all of those winners in the English class enter the ring as we look to award breed winners.
So how this works, your class champions from each class compete for Grand and Reserve breed champion, and then once the final class of steers are showed, they bring in all breed champions to compete and go against and see who is Grand Champion steer and Reserve Champion steer. It's rare, but this does happen occasionally. They will bring in a Reserve Champion steer if they feel like that the Reserve Champion steer, Reserve breed champion, may have a shot at winning the Reserve overall champion. So we'll see if that comes about, but until that happens, this is your Grand and Breed Champion Showcase. And these are three very good-looking steers. You can tell by the way that each shower, by the way they floofed their hair and done everything that they possibly could do to showcase the profile of their steer, you could tell the hard work and dedication that took place into getting these steers where they are now. They each look really, really, really good. I could say the same thing about the Hereford show that took place earlier. There's been some Hereford shows where it was obvious in the past where you could tell which Hereford cow would wound up winning the show, but this was a more competitive Hereford show this year. So want to give my tip of the cap to each of the showers for putting some hard work and dedication into getting their Herefords ready to go as well. And it must be a really tough decision because the judge sure is. You can tell by the way he's looking at each steer that he's having a hard time deciding which one he wants to name class champion and reserve champion. You can tell by the way he's looking at each of the competitors and each of the steers, just making sure that he's got his feelings set and his opinions set right where he believes in it. The judge wants each steer to take one more walk around the ring to get another look at them. Of course, some of you are asking, how is it possible that a person that weighs, let's say, like maybe 145 pounds is able to move an animal that weighs 1,400 pounds? Well, if you work with them from the day that you get them and you halter break them and you're able to work with them in your pen or wherever it is you keep them, you can earn their trust well enough that you can lead them without it having to fight you and being stubborn. So it is possible, very possible. Best example I could give is when Pate Jones and Skylar Jones, they showed steers for the longest time, and Skylar was able to move them, lead them like they were nothing, like there's just a puppy dog on a leash. So if she can move them, anybody can move them.
Well, competitive English division we've got out here today, I think there's some give and take between all three of these steers. I like a lot of things about each and every one of them. Maybe to start up front, we've got the young man's Angus steer up here. One that's got a lot of cool pieces, really extended and cool up front, got a lot of look and expression, maybe just a bit prospecty in terms of his look as well. Kind of runs up to his flank, just a bit greener in terms of his rib cage. Then we've got a really practical steer out of our second class, really sound and flexible and functional, sound on his feet and legs, good in his body shape, got a lot of dimension and muscle. Maybe a bit plainer in terms of his look, like we said, maybe a bit easy in his top line, but no doubt a sound, flexible, functional steer that's really good and bold in terms of his body shape. And then we round out our set with a steer that's really good in a lot of things. One that doesn't maybe blow you away in any area, but one I think that's really complete. He's really bold in his upper rib. He's big out of his hip. He's got a lot of stifle and a lot of dimension. And then when he wants to cooperate, he's really proportional in terms of his balance. Maybe not the most attractive up through his front end, maybe a bit staler in terms of his head, but one that's got a lot of good things going for him. I think it's really competitive. We'll set this down and select your champion in reserve, then we'll give him a round of applause.
And I believe that is Carson Petty with the Grand Breed champion with his heavyweight Hereford steer. And that is Macy Gilliland with the Reserve Breed champion steer.
Congratulations goes out to Carson Petty as breed champion and reserve breed Macy Gilliland.
Next up is the final three classes of steers.
Moving on to exotic, lightweight, Annie Basinger.
First up is, for the exotic lightweight, is Annie Basinger. And then in the exotic medium weight will be Macy Gilliland and Caleb Jones. And in the exotic heavyweight will be Zachary Gatos and Macy Gilliland. Again, let's go ahead and congratulate Annie Basinger on a class champion, but she gets, with her being the only participant in the lightweight class, she's able to allow her steer to leave a first impression on the judge for the remaining 2 classes. And in many ways, she's getting a head start in terms of breed champion.
Well, my congratulations to the young lady out here in our lone entry. She's doing a great job with this one. This one's really highly presented. He's fresh in his hair and his skin coat. He's got as good look up through his front end as anything we've seen today. I really like his expression down the top side of his skeleton. He's big out of his hip. I think this deer's got a bright future going forward. Just a bit more time on feet, a bit more flesh to him. I think he's got a bright future going forward. Let's congratulate her on a job well done.
Again, I want to also remind everybody the belt buckle sponsors. The Grand Champion Steer belt buckle sponsor is Texas Farm Bureau, and the Reserve Grand Champion.
Moving on to the medium weight in exotic, Macy Gilliland, Caleb Jones.
And the Reserve Grand Champion buckle sponsor is Day Cattle, and also the showmanship sponsors for the steers and heifers. The Grand Champion heifer sponsor was Texas Farm Bureau, and the Reserve Grand Champion heifer was Joel Basinger family. And then the Junior Showmanship Steer Award sponsor is 3F Cattle Services, and the Senior Showmanship Steer sponsors my dad, Rusty Morris. And also, there is a award that goes out to the Junior Top Hand and the Senior Top Hand, which is basically the all-around showmanship award winners. And the Junior Top Hand sponsor is the South Plains Vet Clinic for the Junior and Senior Top Hand Award. And this is the exotic medium weight class. It is Macy Gilliland with her roan or red colored steer, followed by Caleb Jones, the black and white faced steer. You'll see Macy Gilliland again in the exotic class with an exotic heavyweight steer in the next class as well.
really nice pair of them we've got here between the two of them. I'm going to lead with the young lady's red steer up front. This one maybe doesn't blow you away in terms of mass, in terms of power, in terms of substance, but you get away from them. The young lady's doing a great job with this one. This one's probably the most attractive one we've seen today. Really good and smooth up through his front end. He's level in his lines. He's got an attractive hind leg. He's stout in his foot and bone. Put it in motion, he maintains his look. Again, maybe he's not the most massive, maybe he's not the most expressive, but I think one that's got plenty of muscle to him, and I really like his look from the side. When we get to a front three-quarter shot of the young man's steer we've gotten two, this one's got more substance. He's more opened up at his base. He's more opened up in his forerib. Get your hands on him. He's got more turn over his loin. I think he's got more shape to his stifle. But we put these guys in motion. One that wants to get tight in his spine, really doesn't know where he wants to set his back wheels, just a bit uncoordinated and tight off his rear skeleton. But a nice pair of steers to round out the set. Let's give him a round of applause.
One thing to point out, you see what Caleb Jones did with his steer. His steer kind of got a little agitated behind Macy's, and he was just able to turn him around, calm him back down, and get him back in place. But all in all, it was a very good class of steer.
Congratulations once again to Macy Gilliland for first in exotic medium weight and Caleb Jones second. Staying with the exotic, we're moving to heavyweight. We have Zachary Gatos and Macy Gilliland.
Also, I want to recognize the 2024-2025 officers for the Garza County Junior Livestock Association. Your president is Augie Menchaca. Your vice president is Brad Gatos. Your recording secretary is Matt Dorsett. Your past president was Will Osborne. Your corresponding secretary is Crystal Osborne. Your member at large number 1 is Joel Basinger. Member at large number 2 is Charles Atchison. And member at large number 3 is Patrick Carroll. And also want to recognize the stock show superintendents, the steer and heifer show superintendent is Buddy Thompson. My aunt Nancy Morris is the swine, lamb, and goat superintendent, and the rabbit superintendent is Danny Peterson. I want to recognize all of those individuals for their hard work and dedication to make sure that this event is able to take place. Again, this is Macy Gillen and Zachary Gatos with the final class of steers with the exotic heavyweights. Yeah.
Well, a really nice pair of steers we've got here. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's Hereford mark calf up front. Man, I like a lot of things about this one. When she gets him parked right there, he really looks the part from profile. Get behind him. This is a big top, thick-ended guy that's got a lot of muscle and a lot of power and a lot of product. Then you get away from it. It still blends relatively smooth. The longer he's out here, the more relaxed he gets and the better look he gives you. Maybe on the move he wants to sit back and not strut his stuff. Maybe look a bit rounded in terms of his shoulder shape. But when he's relaxed, this guy parks, looks well from profile, has a lot of muscle and product to boot. Of the young man's yellow steer we've got here, one that's really bold in terms of his body shape, probably a bit bolder in terms of his full rib and his heart than the steer that wins, one that's got a lot of flesh and a lot of substance. To me, just gives up a bit of flash and a little bit of the extras as the steer ahead of him. Maybe not as expressive in terms of his muscle shape, maybe not as attractive in the way he's assembled up through his knee and his front end, but a nice pair of, let's give him a round of applause.
Again, congratulations to Macy Gillen on the class champion of the exotic heavyweights. And congratulations to Zachary Gatos coming in second place. As now you'll see Macy Gillen will have 2 steers and Annie Basinger will have 1 steer in the going against each other for the exotic breed champion. So how to work for Macy is Macy will politely, or I'm sure it's already been worked out in advance, you'll have somebody else show your steer, but because it's your steer, you get the credit for it, for whatever ribbon or banner it brings in this one.
Next up, bringing back first place exotics for breed.
So that is Caleb Jones that is showing Macy's exotic medium weight class champion steer. And Macy is showing obviously her heavyweight champion steer. Exotic heavyweight champion steer, I should say. Good work by Caleb Jones. Make sure that he has that steer being as calm as he can possibly make sure to get it. That's why he was pulling it out to the side, walking it around in a circle, making sure it gets calmed down. Again, this is another set of really good looking steers. The only difference between this set and the previous set that I talked about were really good looking. You can easily tell the difference in weights between each of these 3 steers. So they're all profiled and looked really, really good.
really nice trio of exotic steers we've got out here to represent our show here today. I'll just talk about them briefly. The young lady steer we've got out of our first class, really fresh-haired, highly presented steer that's got a lot of look up through his front end, got a lot of nice pieces, maybe just a bit juvenile in terms of his look, a bit juvenile in his rib shape, a bit green in his muscle pattern, but a steer that's got a nice future. And then our Class 2 steer, one that's really good from profile. Man, I love this thing, it blend up front, his top line's dead level. He's attractive from the side. He's stout in his foot and his bone work. Maybe just a bit plainer in his muscle shape. Maybe funnels to his stifle just a hair, but one that's got a really nice look and a really nice pattern. And then we round out our set again with the Hereford appearing steer, one that's the powerhouse of the set. He's no doubt the biggest ended, no doubt the biggest down his top. He's got a lot of muscle and product, and then he still puts it together well from profile. I've got one in mind for contention. We'll set this down and get you a champion in reserve.
So congratulations to Macy Gillen. She has her heavyweight exotic steer is the Grand Breed Champion steer. And now she takes over showing her medium weight steer. And now for the reserve, the selection process for the reserve breed champion steer, in comes Zachary Gatos with his second place heavyweight steer. So what the judge is looking for with Zachary's steer, does his steer match up a lot better for reserve as opposed to the two class champions? It's always an interesting conversation to have, especially in the pig show, and I'll get to that here when we cross that bridge, because it's the most active show that you'll see today. And I guess that answers the question. So congratulations to Macy Gillen as she has the Grand and Reserve Breed Champion of Exotic Steers. Her heavyweight is the Grand Breed Champion, and her medium weight is the Reserve Champion.
Congratulations goes out to Macy Gilliland as her exotic medium weight takes reserve breed champion, and her exotic heavyweight takes breed champion. Let's give her a round of applause.
So now coming back to the ring for your grand champion overall steer will be the breed champions in Josiah Menchaca at Carson Petty and Macy Gilliland.
And now we look to award our grand champion and reserve grand champion in the steer division. Taking a quick second to say thank you to Texas Farm Bureau for sponsoring our grand champion buckle, and Day Cattle for sponsoring our reserve grand champion buckle.
So in is Macy Gilliland's heavyweight exotic steer, which is the Grand Breed champion of the exotic steers, followed by Carson Petty in his heavyweight English steer, and then followed by Josiah Menchaca in his Grand Breed ABC steer. I believe he has a medium weight steer. His steer is listed at 1,320 pounds. Carson Petty's steer is listed at 1,405 pounds. And Macy's has the heaviest steer of the day with 1,475 pounds. But all in all, with one medium weight class steer and two heavyweight class steers, again, this is a showcase of some really good steers that we've seen throughout the showcase of the steer show. So you can easily tell how much hard work and dedication has gone in with each exhibitor for how much that they've gotten their animal ready to go for today's event. So regardless of what banner each exhibitor gets or does not get, they should not feel that they did a terrible job, because their hard work and dedication today will not go unnoticed.
Well, my compliments to all the cattle showmen we've seen here today. Of all the species we're going to see today, I think this is a breed that definitely takes a lot of work, and probably the most work put in at home to get these things presented well to the degree that they have, and to get them here today and show them as well as they are. My compliments to all of our showmen and all the ones we've seen today. We get out here in contention for a grand overall. Man, I really like a lot of things about these steers, all the way from our ABCs to our exotics. I think there's one that hits home for me, just combines the most good, got the best show steer look, has the most power and product, and puts it together well. I'll show you which that one that is, and then we'll bring in a reserve.
Congratulations to Macy Gilliland. She has the grand champion steer with her exotic heavyweight steer. Now in comes her reserve breed champion exotic medium weight steer. So again, this poses the question that always asks up, does her reserve breed champion stack up in comparison to the two class champions and breed champions? That is an answer that the judge is having to answer in his head and with his overall decision-making process. And he believes it does. So Macy Gillen has the Grand and Reserve Breed Champion steers. And again, this is all based on one person's opinion. So your hard work.
Congratulations once again going out to Macy Gillen as Reserve Grand Champion with her exotic medium weight, as well as Grand Champion with her exotic heavyweight. Thank you to our sponsors, Texas Farm Bureau on Day Cattle, for our buckles. Let's give her a round of applause.
And again, like I was saying, everybody's hard work and dedication should not go unnoticed. You shouldn't feel disappointed.
I also want to thank Buddy Thompson. He is our superintendent for the heifers and steers this year. He gets voluntold to do that, I think, every year, and he comes willingly and just puts a smile on his face for the kids. And also his wife, Mandy, is a great help in the ring as well. So let's give an applause to Mandy and Buddy Thompson. Also, if anyone is interested in signing your littles up for the Pee Wee shows, we'll have a Pee Wee pig show after we get through all the swine this morning. We'll also do a Pee Wee rabbit and a Pee Wee goat after those shows. If you're interested in signing those up, it's $10 per each breed.
Okay, so up next is the pig show, or what you'll hear be called as the swine show. And this is the most active show that will be taking place today. So I don't know if you can see on the cameras, behind us in each of the two corners, of course, how it used to be, the gate to my left is where the pigs will exit from. And then the chutes to my right is where the pigs will enter in from, seeing as how they're on the farthest side facing me from the arena. Want to give a good shot at the gates on the other end, see what I'm talking about. That is where the pigs will enter in from. So in this case, with the pig show, the judge will be, sometimes he'll stand in one place and sometimes he'll move around. And the object of the name of the game for the pig exhibitors is to catch the overall attention of the judge by doing whatever you can to make sure that your pig crosses his face, that he has a chance to make sure that the pig or swine or whatever you want to call it has a chance to get looked at. And you want to make sure that that pig leaves a lasting impression in the eyes of the judge. So just to remind everybody of our champions from today, Macy Gillen won the grand champion, had the grand champion heifer. Annie Basinger had the reserve grand champion heifer. And Macy Gillen also had the grand and reserve champion steers. And I want to also thank our streaming sponsors. I want to remind everybody this is a special presentation on Post Sports Radio I want to thank Gary and Tanya Gilliland. Gary is the ag teacher at Post High School. Tanya is the diagnostician at the school, and their daughter Macy is a participant in the stock show today. Wind Resources LLC is an energy company in the oil and gas industries, and the business started 3.5 years ago and is looking toward growth in and around the 15 towns or counties around West Texas. Chuck Morris is the local production foreman. Post High School alum and former stock shower. A good friend of mine, Bryce Easter of E6 Welding. I want to thank each individual in each company for making sure that we had a chance in streaming today's stock show. And also want to thank and recognize the special guests today that are here. The stock show announcer is Sol De Leon. The stock show judge is Brady Hoffman. The rabbit judge is Mandy Couch. The Pee-wee judge is Judge Lee Norman. A sale auctioneer for the stock show sale next week is Connor Cowdery. And the photographer for today's event is Whitney Dorsett. And I want to go through the overall schedule with everybody here. This is the third event of the morning with the Swan Show, and then there will be the Pee-wee Pig Show will follow right after, followed by the Rabbit Show and the Pee-wee Rabbit Show. Now, after the Pee-wee Rabbit Show, there will be a lunch break. So we will take a lunch break along with everybody else here at the stock show, and then at 2 o'clock we will resume streaming with the Lamb Show. And then followed by the Lamb Show this afternoon will be the Goat Show. And then followed by the final show of the evening will be the Pee-wee Goat Show. Now next week, next Thursday on January 16th at 6 o'clock is the Buyer Appreciation Supper and the Awards and Sale. That is where the exhibitors have a chance to earn some money. And for lack of a better term, that's the nicest way of putting it, because that's how the majority of these exhibitors are able to get scholarship money going towards college. That's how I was able to put together a lot of allocated funds through my junior and senior year participating in the stock show, and that's how I was able to pay a lot of my tuition when I was at Texas Tech my freshman year. Had a lot of scholarship money and just overall the money that was allocated from the sale, from the stock show sale. The Grand Champion Pig Belt Buckle sponsor is Texas Farm Bureau. The Reserve Grand Champion Pig Belt Buckle sponsor is E6 Livestock. The Junior Swine Showmanship Award sponsor is Rocky Gomez, and the Senior Showmanship Swine sponsor is E6 Livestock. Also want to thank Texas Farm Bureau and Joel Basinger family. They sponsored the Grand Champion Heifer and Reserve Grand Champion Heifer belt buckles. Texas Farm Bureau also sponsored the Grand Champion Steer belt buckle, and Day Cattle sponsored the Reserve Grand Champion Steer belt buckle.
First call for Durox. Lightweight. It'll be Oakley Strong Cash, Miles Rodriguez, and Cody Osborne.
The Junior Showmanship Steer sponsor is 3F Cattle Services, and the Senior Showmanship Steer sponsor is my dad, Rusty Morris. The Swine Superintendent, if I can find it in my trusty little program here, is my Aunt Nancy Morris. Want to also thank our advisors for today's event.
Attention in the barn, if a black Volkswagen license plate NBX8014, that car needs to be moved so others can get out.
Our advisors today here at the stock show are Gary Gilliland, the ag instructor for Post High School, Ivan Grubbs, the ag instructor for Southland, and Danny Peterson, the Garza County 4-H extension agent. Thank you guys for all that you've done this year. As now we look towards the right side of the ring for the first class of pigs today, which is the Duroc class. It's just a fancy name. For those wondering, it's a fancy name for a red pig. There are 3 pigs in the first class of Durocs. It is Cody Osborne, Miles Rodriguez, and Oakley Strawn Cash. And you'll notice how active I'm talking about with how active this show is. As here come the 3 pigs from the chute. So for those wondering what the big show stick is for these pigs, it's not a means to just make the pig go. It's ideally used to be able to lead the pig and get it to make sure you want it to go. Notice how each exhibitor is tapping the pig based on where it's located with its head and its ears. That's Cody Osborne, show tag number 415. He's tapping the show stick underneath the neck of the pig. That is able to keep his head up so that way he's able to flex out the profile of the pig, and that allows the judge to get an overall look of the body structure of the pig by keeping his neck up. But yeah, the show stick is mainly used as a means to lead and guide each pig in the direction you want it to go. When a pig gets stressed out and it's stressed out in a corner, you just leave it alone and let it calm down and let it move when it wants to move. But overall, this is a solid class of Duroc pigs to start off the swine show. Notice how each exhibitor is doing their best to cross the face of the judge. You want to be sure that pig crosses the front of the judge, just so that way you're able to get and maintain the judge's overall attention. Just so that way you have a chance at getting selected for a place or whatever it is you might have you. Now, at a major show, it's a lot harder to do because in the gates to my right, that's where the judge will do his sorting to decide which amount of pigs at major shows gets selected to show for their class. Because you have a class of overall let's say 100 or so pigs, and you want to narrow that class down to like 10 or 15. So you have a lot of stuff to do, and you want to make sure that you have the judge's attention right from the gate. But these exhibitors will cross that bridge when they get to that show. But all in all, this is a good showcase right now for these Duroc pigs. I want to thank all of our 19 viewers watching along with us on Facebook. Shout out to Brant Guthrie and Bart Staten. Only 2 commenters we have on the stream so far. Again, just to remind everybody from what I said earlier, there will be a lunch break after the rabbit show, and the show will resume at 2 o'clock with the lamb show. So stay along with us up until that point in the day.
Man, what a way to start our pig show here today. These three Durocs got a lot of give and take in between them. I like a lot of things about each and every one of them. The young man's bear we lead off with. When this one drives across the ring, he's got the most look to him. He's tall-shouldered, he's up and out up front, he's square up at the backside of his blade, and he's big down his top. I like his rib cage, I like his image from profile. If we could change him, I think he's just a bit round out at his hip. I'd like to see him just a bit more comfortable on his rear feet, but a bear that's got a lot of look, a lot of freshness, and a lot of shape. Like a lot of good things about him. The bear we've got driving in second, there's not a whole lot wrong with this one. This one doesn't blow you away in any category. This one's got a lot of shape working down his top. He's big from behind. I think he's square out of his back wheels than the bear we lead off with. I think he sets down with more flex and comfort. The one that maybe just isn't as expressive out of the backside of his blade, maybe just runs downhill just a hair, doesn't have the look as the one that wins, but a nice one we've got landing in two. There's no denying the bear that we got in three. This one squares up with the most shape right behind his blade. He's extra expressive in that regard. He's big from behind, big-footed and square going away. To me, this guy just comes in at his knee just a bit. He funnels to the base of his rib just a bit. Maybe comes in just a few more pieces as the bear's ahead of him, but a really nice product-oriented one we've got to round out the set. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations to those winners in the lightweight Durocs. Next up, medium weight Durocs to the holding pen. Medium weight Durocs to the holding pen.
So I want to point out what these 7 or 8 pins in brownish gray that are right across from us.
In the medium weight Duroc division, we have Caleb Sanchez, Oakley Strawn Cash, Natalie Rodriguez, Haley Guthrie, and Thomas Gomez.
Those pins are holding pins for after the class champion and class reserve champion, first and second place, are selected. They will hold the first and second place pigs in those pins, and then once the final class of pigs of that breed are done, they will turn out the first and second place pigs, and they will compete for breed champion and so on and so forth. That's mainly what those holding pins are for. I remind everybody of our exhibitors in the medium weight.
Thomas Gomez in the Duroc medium weight. Thomas Gomez.
Our exhibitors in the medium weight class of the Duroc pigs is Caleb Sanchez, Oakley Strawn Cash, Natalie Rodriguez, Haley Guthrie, and Thomas Gomez. Your medium weight class consists of weights ranging from 221 pounds to 243 pounds. It's a significant weight difference from what we just witnessed with the steers. Major difference. Meaning, when we get to the heavyweight class of Durocs, which is the next class, those Durocs weights range from 244 pounds to 295 pounds. Want to congratulate the previous class in the Duroc Lightweights. First place was Miles Rodriguez with his class champion Duroc, followed by Cody Osborne in second place, and then Oakley Strawn Cash in third.
Heavyweight Durocs to the holding pen. Heavyweight Durocs to the holding pen.
Attention in the barn, the Volkswagen black SUV with license plate NBX 8014. That car needs to be moved immediately, please. It is on the south end of the barn.
Congratulations to Haley Guthrie on the class champion.
Well, a really nice class we've got here. I think there's a lot of similarities between the two bears we've got on the top end of the scale. Well, the young lady's bear just wins it for me. This guy cuts out with the most flexibility in his skeleton. He's got reach and comfort up front. He's flexible in his spine. He's got the most reach and coordination out of his rear skeleton. And the difference between me for him is he squares up with more shape out of the back side of his blade than the bear we've gotten two. The bear we've gotten two follows suit in terms of flexibility and pattern. This guy's a balance from profile. He's tall-shouldered. He's got look up front. He's got a reach and range of motion. To me, he just gets a bit plainer in terms of his shape, a bit plainer down his top relative to the bear that we've got that wins, but a nice pair that we've got there, no doubt. Well, the young man's got an interesting gill. We've gotten three. This one's really extended up front, tall-shouldered, got a lot of look and quality. To me, this one's just a bit flatter in terms of the base of her rib. She's a bit flatter in terms of her stifle shape. She's just a bit uncoordinated how she wants to get out and go. But one's got a lot of cool breeding pieces going forward, no doubt. Now the bear we got in 4. This one's probably the thickest one we've got in set. He's so big out of the backside of his blade. He's big in his forearm. He's got a big stout foot underneath him. Really stout featured and stout skulled. To me, he just comes with it cost. He's a bit coarser in his joints. Runs downhill just a hair. Maybe a bit uncoordinated and wide going away. But a really product-oriented stout featured one we've got, no doubt. It can be said for the bear that rounds out the set. Man, is this guy stout in his forearm and his foot and his bone, really stout skulled, really thick-ended. To me, he's just a bit staler in terms of his appearance. Maybe he runs downhill just a hair. Maybe I'd like to clean him up in his lower 1/3, but a stout one, no doubt. Let's give him all a round of applause on a job well done.
Once again in Duroc medium weights, 5th place Caleb Cash, 4th place Natalie Rodriguez, 3rd place Thomas Gomez, 2nd Oakley Strawn Cash, and 1st place Haley Guthrie. Now coming in and ring, Duroc heavyweight. Coming in and ring, Duroc heavyweight. We get Hamps lightweight into the holding pen. Hamps lightweight into the holding pen.
Class division. So we'll hand out ribbon or banners, and then we'll move on to hands. So after this.
And the Duroc heavyweight, we have Daniel Carroll, Cheyenne Atchison, Josiah Rodriguez, and Laramie Moore. And we do have Miles Rodriguez assisting Larry Moore.
Just remind everybody of our exhibitors for the Duroc heavyweight class. Our tight end for the football team, Daniel Carroll, followed by Cheyenne Atchison, Josiah Rodriguez, and then Laramie Moore has 2 pigs in this class.
Since you mentioned Daniel Carroll, he was first team all-district utility player as well.
That is Miles Rodriguez showing another one of Laramie Moore's pigs in this Duroc heavyweight class. Again, just the name of the game is to how much attention can you attract yourself to the judge. You want to make sure that that pig is always crossing his face, that pig is never behind him. You want to make sure that that pig is wherever the judge goes, you go. So your final three is down to Daniel Carroll and Laramie Moore.
Well, my apologies. It took a bit longer on these two and made them drive just a bit more. These showmen are doing a heck of a job. There's a lot of give and take between these two. Between them, I just had to go back with my first impressions. The young lady's gill hit me hard when she came out. Man, I really like this thing from profile. This thing drives across, really flexible, has the most range of motion, the most coordination, really stout-featured and correct on her feet and legs. When she drives at you, she's busted open in her chest floor. She's bold in terms of her rib shape. If I could change her going away, she just gets a bit plainer in terms of her muscle. I'd like to crisping it up in terms of her shape just a hair, and that's what we really like the barrel we've gotten too. Man, this guy's square-bladed, stout in his forearm, square in his shape up high. I think he's got more expression and muscle. Where it comes down to me is he just doesn't pattern up quite like the gilt we've got to win. Maybe just a bit more uncoordinated off those rear two. But man, that's a good barrel we've got in second. I really like pieces of the one we've got in three. This one follows suit in terms of look, in terms of presence from profile. Tall-shouldered, really expressive up high. To me, up front, we could change him just a hair. Maybe a bit vertical in terms of the angle of his blade. When you get behind this girl, she really wants to get outside of herself just a hair. Maybe want to throw him outside just a touch, but I like a lot of pieces about that one. Of the barrel we've gotten four, really thick and chunky. Man, this guy's stout made, bold in terms of his rib cage, got a lot of product. I'd like to clean him up ahead of his blade, maybe freshen him up at the top side of it, but a really thick made one we've got there. And the barrel we round out the set with, man, is this guy heavy boned and stout skulled, stout in his forearm and big coming at you. Really expressive up high. To me, he just runs downhill just a hair. I'd like to square him up on his front pasterns just a hair. Maybe make him a bit more coordinated off his rear two, but a really thick product-oriented one we've got to round out the set with. Let's give him a round of applause.
Again, congratulations to Laramie Moore. She had the first and third place pigs. along with Daniel Carroll in second
Lightweight
place.
pen. Lightweight Hamps to the holding pen.
Followed by Josiah Rodriguez in fourth place and Cheyenne Atchison in fifth. And so now, this is the first place pigs going against each other for the Grand Breed Champion. Competitors for your class champions are exhibitors are Miles Rodriguez, followed by Haley Guthrie and Laramie Moore. Each were the class winners. Miles Rodriguez was the class champion for the lightweight Duroc class. Haley Guthrie was the class champion in the medium weight Duroc class. And then Laramie Moore, who you just saw, was the class champion in the heavyweight Durocs.
Man, it's been a heck of a start to our swine show here today. This drive out here is just a second to none. I really like a lot of things about it. Each and every one of them we got out here, and we put in a bunch of them back that have awfully good pieces to them. It gets really tough out here in my mind. There's a lot of give and take, but to me, that's what makes it fun. Getting to read good stock and being passionate about it and making a decision is what I really love. It comes down to between a couple of them. There's some give and take between two of them. I think there's one that just puts a bit more good together, puts it in a well-designed package, sound, flexible, heavy-muscled. The young lady out of your second class will be your champion.
Congratulations to Haley Guthrie. She is the Grand Breed champion with her medium weight Duroc.
We bring our second place out, like we said in class. He follows suit as our champion from profile in the way they navigate about the ring. Maybe just not as expressive in terms of his shape, but I still think there's one that hit me hard from the beginning. First impressions last, and the lady with your heavyweight will be your reserve. Let's congratulate her.
And congratulations to Laramie Moore with her class champion heavyweight Duroc. She is the Grand Breed Duroc, Reserve Breed Duroc champion.
Congratulations once again to three breed champions and Laramie Moore is your reserve breed. Next up, entering the ring, we have Hamps, lightweight. We have Kai Baker, Adam Rodella, and Caleb Grubbs.
So now, taking place in the ring is the lightweight class of your Hampshire pigs, shown by Kai Baker, Adam Rodella, and Caleb Grubbs. Fun fact, Jim, this is from Brant Guthrie in the chat.
Medium weight Hamps to the holding pen. Medium weight Hamps to the holding pen.
The name of Haley Guthrie's Grand Prix champion pig, name was Wilbur.
Wilbur. Great name. Wilbert's king today.
Well, nice class to start out our ham show with. The young man's win this had and does so fairly handily in my mind. Maybe just a bit early maturing to me, maybe just a bit low to the ground. But man, that one's easily the stoutest. That one's easily the widest going away, the biggest up high. He's got range of motion as well. Puts it together the most balanced package we've gotten set. A nice place to start, no doubt. I really like pieces of the young man's gilt we've gotten too. Man, is this one fresh up high? She's got a lot of shape and expression. Really stout-footed, really stout in her forearm, stout in her rear bone. Drop a flank in this gal and she'll be awfully nice. But today she just looks a bit green. A bit flatter at the base of her rib, a bit drier into her flank. Really just a really nice gilt to go in second. The bear we've got in three, can follow suit similar. He's got a lot of height to shoulder, a bear that's really good in terms of his forerib. He's got a lot of range of motion and flexibility. To me, just a bit staler in terms of his shape, a bit staler over the top of his blade, wants to roach up in his spine just a hair, but a nice bear we've got to round out the set with. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations to Caleb Grubbs on the class champion of lightweight hamps, followed by Kai Baker in second, Adam Rodella in third.
Last call, Hamps, medium weight. Last call, Hamps, medium weight. Congratulations in the lightweight Hamps. Third place, Adam Rodella. Second place, Kai Baker. And first place, Caleb Grubbs. Last call, Hamps, medium weight.
Participating in the medium weight class of the Hampshire Pigs, Thomas Gomez, Post Sports Radio's own Carter Petty, Zach Grubbs, Zachary Gatos, Caleb Sanchez. Zach Grubbs has another pig as well, and Cody Osborne. I mentioned earlier that the stock show is a good way to showcase, teach yourself responsibility and time management. You're going to see what I mean throughout the day, as I've already another mention for Cody Osborne so far in the pig show. Macy Gilliland, who participated in the steer show and the heifer show, she is showing a heavyweight Hampshire pig as well. And then Daniel Carroll has another pig coming up in the next breed of pigs coming up. So you can show more than one animal you want.
Entering the ring for Hamps, medium weight, we have Thomas Gomez, Carter Petty, Zach Grubbs, Zachary Gatos, Caleb Sanchez, Zach Grubbs, and Cody Osborne.
Yeah, so like I was saying, you can show more than one animal at your pleasure. The only thing that you're sacrificing for yourself is your time and responsibility. So the amount of work and effort that you put into your animal is going to be showcased here at the county show. Also give a shout out to Zachary Gatos as well. He also participated in the steer show earlier this morning as well.
Coming out in the blue shirt, Russ, is Carter Petty. I must point out that Carter started with Post Sports Radio this year. Has done a great job. But I want to point out that he's dressed nicer showing pigs than he is broadcasting games.
Hey, that's the name of the game. You want to look your Sunday best. It's all about presentation, and first impressions matter. This is the one event here in Post, Texas, where I can tell you that first impressions do matter. Whether it be in regards to how your animal comes in out of the gates, enters the ring, or what have you, as opposed, or how you look when you're crossing the face of the judge.
really tough decision at the top end of this class. We really wish this bear that we lead off with would really settle down and get out and go, because I like a lot of things about this guy. It starts up front, he's stout-headed, stout in his foot and his bone work, got a big square blade working in him. He's super expressive down his top, big out of his hip. I really like his stout rear bone in him. He's attractive in the way he's put together. He's tall-shouldered, he's got balance. I just wish he'd get out and move, because I think he's sound. I think he's really, really square. Got a lot of look and a lot of cool pieces, just kind of being a knucklehead. The young man's doing a great job getting this one shown. This gill's got a lot of cool pieces. She's really extended up front, got a lot of height to shoulder. She's fresh out of the backside of her blade. She's really balanced from the side, and she's sound as well. She's not as stout in her rear bone, maybe not as slick up through her front end ahead of her blade as the one that wins, but a nice one we've gotten too. The bull we've gotten 3 is kind of a problem bearer for me. This one's wide and opened up. He's big in terms of his forearm. He's stout in terms of his bone work. Got a lot of body shape. Got a lot of mass and muscle down his top. Just obviously he's just favoring the leg. I don't think it's a question of soundness. His angles read right to me. I think he's just favoring the leg. Maybe he got a bruise or a stone bruise or something. But a nice bear that's just favoring the leg. Got a lot of good pieces. The gilt we've gotten 4. Tall shoulder, really expressive out of the backside of her blade, has a lot of expression. She's got plenty of range of motion. To me, she just funnels to her base a bit. Closes up in her chest floor just a hair, funnels to the base of her forearm just a bit, but a nice one we've got there. The same could be said about the gilt in 5. The bear in 5, follows suit. Height to shoulder and extension, really flexible off the rear pasterns, got a lot of shape and expression. To me, just the same deal. Follows to the base of his rib just a bit, maybe just a bit plainer over the top side of his blade relative to the one ahead of him. Well, the bear we've got coming next, man, is this guy expressive. Stout-headed, stout bone, really big forearm, big square blade laid in him. No question, he's the most expressive heavy muscle bear in the group. To me, it just comes at a cost. He's a bit terminal to me. He's a bit terminal in his muscle shape. He's a bit uncoordinated off his rear tooth. I'd like to see that guy with more flex out of his pastern, maybe a bit more flex out of his spine, but a muscled up one, no doubt. And the bear we'll round out the set with. Thick and chunky, opened up, bold in his forehead, thick from behind. To me, he just runs downhill just a bit. Like to clean him up ahead of his blade and square him up on his front pasterns, but a nice one to round out the set with. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Thomas Gomez with the class champion medium weight Hampshire pig, followed by Cody Osborne in second, Caleb Sanchez in third, Zachary Gatos in fourth, Zachary Grubbs in fifth, and 7th place as well, and Carter Petty rounding out in 6th place. In your medium weight class of your Hampshire pigs.
Okay. At this time in Hamps, heavyweight, we have Laramie Moore, Macy Gilliland, and Brinley Benham.
Up next is the final class of your Hampshire pigs. It's the heavyweight class. Your exhibitors in this class are Laramie Moore, Macy Gilliland, and Brinley Benham. Just to give out the diversity of each pig in each of these classes, the weights range between 190 pounds to 275.
The size of big high school football players.
Pretty much. The lightest pig being shown by second place Kai Baker from the lightweight class of your Hampshire pigs.
Think that I'm going to sign off on hours, you know? No, you already said you were kissing up to me over here.
Don't do it, Nancy.
To leave already?
I need it. I only got 5. I need 25. Oh, you want me to do 25? Well, I probably have put that many hours more flavor.
Hannah,
Ma'am.
were y'all here at barn cleanup?
No, I was in Amarillo. I was in Amarillo with my dad for Christmas. So he told me I wouldn't get any presents if I didn't go. I'm so serious. I have Christmas.
That's not a look to you, that's a look to.
Oh, I know. You're telling me.
one's a look too. That's an angry look. It's a Mr. Potato Head angry eye look. Yeah. Yes, we'll sign off on ours. Kason, if you need it for barn cleanup, I'll also sign off on that one. What's she been doing? Hello? Oh, okay, thank you. Our mic is on. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little background noise from the PA mic or from the booth.
Just get a little.
Crystal and Saul and the folks there and the people in front of them, they didn't mean to have it on, so.
Just get a little behind the scenes of what goes on up there in the announcer's booth, of what goes on during, well, the judge is going through his process of selecting places for the classes.
Well, the young lady's bear that we lead off this set with owns the advantage and balance from the side. This one's got height of shoulders. He's got levelness down his top. He's got the most range of motion and squareness out of this set. Really expressive in the top shape. I like this bear quite a bit going away. Really nice place to start. I like a lot of things about the gilt we've gotten too. Man, is this thing fresh up high. She's got a big back in her. She's huge going away. A lot of foot and bone and substance and rib shape. To me, she's just uncoordinated up front. She doesn't want to settle down to get out and move. She's just a bit rolled. She rolls just a bit up on her front pasterns. If we could just lift her up with her front end on her front pasterns, maybe make it a bit more comfortable up front. Maybe she gets just a touch wide going away. But man, that one's got a lot of good pieces. And the young lady's bear we round out set with. This one's got long body, got height to shoulder, range of motion, flexible out of her hip and her hock. To me, she's just a bit plainer over the top side of her blade. Like to set her chine down deep in it. Set his chine down just a bit, maybe climb up ahead of his blade, but a nice one to go in 3. Let's give him a round of applause.
And congratulations to Macy Gilliland with the class champion.
Okay.
Poland's, first call Poland's to the holding pen. Poland's to the pen.
And again, congratulations to Macy Gilliland with the class champion, Hampshire heavyweight pig, followed by Laramie Moore in second place and Brindley Benham in third. Now is the breed champion drive between the class champions with Macy Gilliland, Thomas Gomez, and Caleb Grubbs.
man, these handbearers are bringing the heat. It's going to be really, really close in my mind in contention for our champion hamp overall. It starts at Class 1. The mare that we win that class with, like I said earlier, really opened up thick made hog that's got a lot of product and a lot of substance. Really has a nice balanced look from the side, and he sits down stout in his foot and his bone work. Like we said earlier, maybe just a bit early maturing. Maybe we could clean him up ahead of his blade just a hair, but a nice one, no doubt. And then the bear that comes out of our second class, man, we really like a lot of things about that one. He offers a lot of quality from profile. He's got height to his shoulder. He's super square and expressive down the backside of his blade. He's expressive out of his hip. He's got a stout, attractive hind leg. The only issue is he just doesn't want to be a show pig. He wants to stay in the corner and be a knucklehead, but he's a really nice bear that's got a lot of cool pieces to him. And the bear that we round out our set with, like we just said, range of motion, flexibility, and squareness is this guy's domain. Really has a nice image going across the ring. Really like his flexibility and his soundness. He's the most expressive down his top mill. I'd like to see him with just a bit more crease starting at his blade and working to his tail, but a really sound, flexible made one we've got there. It's really close between our Class 2 and Class 3 in my mind. Like we did earlier, I was thinking my first impression. I like a lot of things about this Class 2. He'll be your champion.
Congratulations to Thomas Gomez with the medium weight Hampshire pig. Is the Grand Breed champion of the Hampshire breed.
We bring our second place deals out here, and she fits the mold as the ones we've got out in ring. In terms of balance, in terms of look, in terms of flexibility from the side, that one fits the mold. I like it quite a bit, but there's one that hits me just a bit harder. The young lady's heavyweight will be in reserve. Let's give her a hand.
Congratulations to Macy Gilliland. Her class champion of the heavyweight class of the Hampshire Pig is the reserve breed champion.
If I may, Russ, I want to thank Gary and Tanya Gilliland for sponsoring the stream here on Post Sports Radio today. Also, Win Resources, LLC.
Congratulations once again in the house to Thomas Gomez. Thomas Gomez as your breed champion and Macy Gilliland as your reserve breed. Entering the ring in the Polands, we have Daniel Carroll, Tyson Phillips, Hunter Tanner, McKaylee Green, and Audrey Lee.
One other streaming sponsor is PHS alum and former stock shower Bryce Easter of E6 Welding.
Thank you guys for all that you've done, and thank you for making this stream a possibility for today. Okay, so real quickly, what you're seeing in the ring is the class of your Poland pig. There is only one class of Polands, so it's going to combine some weights. The weights range from 202 pounds to 281 pounds. So there's not a lot of Polands for there to be more classes. So they decided to just condense these 5 pigs into one class. Now you'll ask yourself, because the next breed of pig on deck is a Berkshire pig. So you'll ask yourself, because you'll say, what's the difference? Well, a Poland pig has a nickname when I was growing up as a blind pig, because if you look at how droopy their ears are, they tend to cover their eyes. So a lot of the times these Polands, when they're walking, their head will be tilted towards the ground so they can see where they're going just a little bit.
I think my granddaughter would name them the peekaboo pigs, right?
It's
one little game she loves to play.
That's a good name for them.
This time we get lightweight Burks to the holding pen, lightweight Burke to the holding pen.
Well, there's a lot of give and take between the two Polands we've got up here. A lot of contrast, a lot of differences between them. You get these hogs driving right at you. That's why I like the young man's bear. Man, this guy's got a stout head. He's more extended and cleaner ahead of his blade. I think he's square, more dimensional right there at the base of his chest. I think he's got a stouter forearm. When you get up on top of him, he's square at the top side of his blade. He's got plenty of range of motion. You get away from him, he's balanced, he's proportional, flexible. I like that one quite a bit. Not to take away from the young man's gilt we've got here. Man, is this one good. She's fresh up high. She's so fresh and good in the center part of her body. She's flexible. She's got a lot of reach and a lot of range of motion. To me, she's just not as massive on either end of her skeleton. She closes up in her chest and her knee just a bit relative to the one ahead of her. The one ahead of her, not as clean, not as flashy up front, but a nice one, no doubt, we've got going too. The young man's bear we've got in three. Man, is this one thick and stout. Stout skulled and big in his forearm. To me, just a bit staler in terms of his shape. Maybe not as fresh in terms of his muscle pattern. Maybe not as expressive going away right there at the seat of his pants. But a nice flexible one we've got there. The young lady's gilt we've got in four. Man, is this one thick and opened up. Huge in terms of her center body. Big in terms of her chest floor and her blade and her forearm. She's got a big top blade into her. To me, she's just starting to look more like a female. I'd like to clean her up in her lower 1/3. Clean her up ahead of her blade. Me as well. She just doesn't want to get out and go. But I no doubt think she's sound. Just clean her up in her lower 1/3. And again, in the barrel we round out the set with, this one's got a lot of range of motion. He's big up high. He's stout up the top side of his blade. Just runs up to his flank just a hair. Doesn't have the pieces of balance of the ones ahead of him, but a nice one we've got there. Let's congratulate him on the job well done.
Napoleons, 5th place McKaylee Green, 4th place Audrey Lee, 3rd place Tyson Phillips, 2nd place Hunter Tanner, hand reserve breed, and 1st place Daniel Carroll, breed champion. Coming into the ring, Burke, lightweight. We have Cash, Hallie Guthrie, Miles Rodriguez, and Zane Bell.
Again, congratulations to Daniel Carroll, a class champion and Grand Breed Poland champion, followed by Hunter Tanner in 2nd place with a reserve breed of Poland pig in 2nd place, Tyson Phillips in 3rd place, Audrey Lee in 4th, and McKaylee Green in 5th. Is now entering the ring is the first class of the Berkshire pigs. This is the lightweight class with Oakley Strawn Cash, Haley Guthrie, Miles Rodriguez, and Zane Bill. Again,
First call, Burke, medium weight to the pins.
Again, I want to thank our buckle sponsors for the Swine Show. The grand champion buckle sponsor is Texas Farm Bureau, and the reserve grand champion buckle sponsor is E6 Livestock. Also, the junior showmanship swine sponsor is Rocky Gomez, and the senior showmanship swine sponsor is E6 Livestock. And I want to remind our listeners of the show order. Following the swine show is the Pee Wee Swine Show, followed by the Rabbit Show and the Pee Wee Rabbit Show. And then once the Pee Wee Rabbit Show is done, we are taking a lunch break, and we will take the break with the rest of the embodiment of the Garza County Livestock Show, and we will resume at 2 o'clock with the Lamb Show.
One thing, Russ, about that too, I think Facebook kind of frowns upon more than 4-hour broadcast, so they may shut us down if we go too far past that. So if that happens, you know what happens. We'll have to reboot at this end.
And I also want to recognize the seniors from both Southland and Post that are participating in today's Garza County Junior Livestock Show. Macy Gilliland of Post ISD, McKaylee Green of Southland ISD, Zach Grubbs of Southland ISD, Hannah Krauser of Post ISD, Cameron Menchaca of Post ISD, Cooper Osborne of Post ISD, Giovanni Rodella of Southland ISD, and Kason Wink of Post ISD.
Good kids.
Yes, sir. And a couple of those will be calling their names sooner rather than later once sports take on the diamond of baseball and softball.
That's right.
Here not for too long.
I think we'll start broadcasting. First things first here, Russ.
Well, a nice set of Burks, and I think there's only one place to start in this lineup in my particular mind. This young man's got a pretty nice one we've got driving here in front of us. Really square and sturdy at his foundation. I love his range of motion. I love his flexibility. Get away from him. He looks like a show pig. He's got height to shoulder. He's clean up front. He's expressive down his top. If we could change him, maybe he's just a bit steep out of his hip, but from his hip forward, man, I really like that one. The gilt we've got coming in too is this one fresh. She's fresh up high. She's fresh and bold in terms of her center body. She drives away. She's square and coordinated. To me, she's just a bit more refined in terms of her bone work. Doesn't have the extras of the one that wins this class. I really like pieces of the young man's barrel we've got in 3. From his hip forward, man, is this one good. He's got height to shoulder, clean up front, looks like a show pig, bold in terms of his forerib, square at the top of his blade. To me, it comes down to it. He's just a bit tight out of his hip. Like to make him a bit more flexible out of his hip. He wants to roll his rear too, just a hair. That's a really nice one we've got driving in 3. And the young man we've got coming out in 4. This one's plenty stout, plenty opened up, plenty sound, just a bit plainer in terms of his muscle shape, maybe a bit staler in terms of his condition, but that's a really nice skill we've got to round out the set with. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Miles Rodriguez and Haley Guthrie. Miles Rodriguez with the class champion of the lightweight Burks. Haley Guthrie finishing in coming in second with her lightweight pig. Oakley Strong Cash in 3rd, and Zane Bell rounding out in 4th place. And as I mentioned earlier, you can tell the difference between a Berkshire pig and a Poland pig. They look the same embodiment-wise, but just look at the ears. The Berks pigs are pointed straight up as opposed to the droopy and floppy ears of a Poland pig.
We got a troubled pig out there, troubled child.
Once again in the Burke lightweight, 4th place we have Zane Bell. 3rd place Oakley Strong Cash. 2nd place Hallie Guthrie. And 1st place Miles Rodriguez. Let's give them a round of applause. Coming in the ring, Burke medium weight, we have Caleb Grubbs, Tyler Davidson, and Daniel Carroll.
Now entering the ring is the medium weight class of the Berkshire pigs. Caleb Grubbs, Tyler Davidson, and Daniel Carroll are the exhibitors for this class.
First call, heavyweight Burks to the pen. First call, heavyweight Burks to the pen.
not to take away from the other two breaks we've got in this particular class, but I think it's a pretty straightforward decision up on top. Man, is this a show pig we've got out here? This one's got the most quality from the sides, got the most balance, got the most range of motion, really fresh up high and good looking up front. Really nice place to start this particular class. The decision between 2 and 3 for me, there's give and take, and there's an awful lot of differences between the two, excuse me. The young man we've got coming into maybe more of a traditional style Burt, a bit lower to the ground, a bit chunkier ahead of his blade, has a little bit more waist in his lower 1/3. I'd like to elevate that one, but that one's really stout made, stout boned, big ended, got a lot of product, maybe just a bit low to the ground and chunky. Gilt we round out the set with. This one's really long-bodied, has a lot of height to shoulder, later maturing than the one ahead of her, really extended ahead of her blade, has a lot of range of motion. To me, she just comes in a few too many pieces. She's a bit weak in her loin. I'd like to elevate her up front, pick up her top line, maybe just give her a shot more rib shape, but a nice flexible made gilt we've got to round out the set with. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations to Daniel Carroll with the class champion of the medium weight Burt Pigs, followed by Caleb Grubbs and Tyler Davidson in 3rd place.
Congratulations once again in the Burt medium weight. 3rd place, Tyler Davidson. 2nd, Caleb Grubbs. And 1st place, Daniel Carroll. Next up, Burke's heavyweight. We have Kylene Garcia, McKaylee Green, and Zachary Gatos.
Again, this is the final class of the Berkshire Pigs, the heavyweight class. Exhibitors for this class is Kylene Garcia, followed by McKaylee Green and Zachary Gatos. These are traditional medium weight pigs that we're going to classify as heavyweight pigs, Jim, because the 2 previous classes, their weights range from 153 pounds to 199 pounds. So there was too many lightweight pigs for this heavyweight class to be considered the medium weight class.
All these are over 200. All of what, 231?
Yes, sir, from 203, 203 pounds, 216 pounds, and 231 pounds. The most popular breed of pigs.
Attention in the if we gray 4-door Dodge with license plate TTH 5852. Move your vehicle. You're blocking some people in.
Anyway, like I say, in the most popular breed of pigs that will be shown later on in the pig show will take place towards the very end. And when I start naming off the list of names that are of the exhibitors in that class, you'll see why it's towards the very end of the show.
Is that where the top hog is named?
Well, depending on who the judge is, maybe.
Well, the class is maybe a bit tougher to put together in my mind. I think there's a lot of differences among these. I think there's some things we can change about each and every one of them, and there's some things we really like about them. The longer we drive them, the more I like this bear that we lead off with. He just kind of lands in the top spot. This one's range of motion and flexibility owns the advantage in this particular class. He's the most proportional in terms of his balance. He's clean jointed, he's flexible, he's expressive up high. Is he outmassed? Is he outmassed by one behind him? Excuse me. Yeah, he's not the most muscular we've gotten set, but I think that's the most functional. That's the soundest. That's the nicest balanced one. The young man's gilt we've gotten too. This one's the issue for me. Man, is this gal opened up? Super stout in terms of her skull, her foot, and her forearm. Huge in her chest floor. Big and square in her blade. To me, she just comes in a few more pieces. She's a bit coarser in her joint work. She wants to get there weaker there in her loin. Just a bit uncoordinated in her range of motion. Maybe a bit more terminal in the shape of her muscle, but a really thick and chunky one, no doubt. And the young lady's bear we round out the set with, more of a conventional style in my mind. Bit plainer ahead of her blade, one that's really extended, one that's got a lot of range of motion, really flexible in terms of her spine. Just doesn't have enough shape in my mind. But a nice class. Let's give him a hand.
Congratulations to Kylene Garcia with the class champion of the heavyweight Berks, followed by Zachary Gatos in second place and McKaylee Green in third.
I just want to remind our viewers and listeners that this is the 61st annual Garza County Junior Livestock Show, and the sale is coming up, what is that, Thursday?
Thursday, January 16th.
I'm going to put that little flyer up there so y'all can see that. There's more information about it.
Congratulations once again. Berks heavyweight, McKaylee Green, third place. Zachary Gatos, second. And your winner, Kylene Garcia, with first place. First call, Chesters to the holding pen. First call, Chesters to the holding pen.
Connor Cowdery is the auctioneer for the sale next week.
Is you related to a post calendar?
Maybe so.
Kurt. Now, Kurt can talk. He can probably do an auction as well. Once again, that's going to be coming up Thursday. It's going to be over at the high school. Meals at 6, 7 o'clock is the sale. And I guess you can buy tickets ahead of time. If not, just show up.
The sale going to be taking place inside the high school commons.
In the commons, yeah. Actually, it doesn't say here on this flyer, but I think that's where they hold almost everything now. Nice place.
Yes, indeed. Used to be in the Post ISD cafeteria, so it was where they traditionally used to have it. Back in the day when I was in elementary.
That was before the new high school.
Yeah. Well, before, those years ago, when one of my cousins was showing, they used to have the sale here in the barn.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Same day?
Same day, immediately after the show.
That makes for a long day.
Yes, it does. Yes, it did. Well, back in those days, the show used to be split into 2 days.
Okay.
It used to be a Friday show and a Saturday show.
And then the sale after that?
It used to be a Thursday show, a Friday show, and then they would have the sale on Saturday.
Okay.
And it would take place here. They used to have the steers and the pigs shown on Thursday, and then they would have the lambs and goats in the Pee Wee Goat Show on that Friday, and then that Saturday all the exhibitors would come back and they would have the sale, and then once the sale was over, they would clean up the barn
With everybody here.
with everybody here.
Yeah. Probably worked out good.
Now, ever since then, ever since from the time I was showing all the way up to now, to my understanding, it's all been condensed into one show on Saturday. It used to be they would start with the pigs, and then they would work all their way down to the Pee Wee Goat Show, and once the Pee Wee Goat Show was over, everybody would clean up, pack up, go home, and meet up at the cafeteria the following Thursday for
There
the
you
sale.
go.
And Barry, if you're watching and listening, I'm sure you can attest to when Brooke was showing pigs as to how that process used to go down back in the day as well.
We're really competitive Berkshire we've got here. I think there's a lot of quality in the top three we've got out here. I think it comes down between a pair of them. It gets really close. I think they're very, very similar in what they bring toward to the table. I think one of them is just a shot more youthful. I think one of them is just a bit more bulletproof in terms of his skeleton, his range of motion, and squareness. I like the young man out of our middle class to be your champion.
Congratulations to Daniel Carroll with the Grand Prix champion Berkshire pig.
We bring our second out of that particular class, and like we stated earlier, man, that's a really thick, opened up, made one that's really bold in terms of the center body and has a lot of dimension. Maybe just a bit more conventional in terms of his build, maybe a bit lower to the ground. There's one that follows suit in terms of quality as our champion. I like young man's lightweight for your reserve.
And congratulations to Miles Rodriguez with the reserve Bree champion with his lightweight Berkshire pig. Next up is the breed of Chesters, the Chester pigs. There's one class. Exhibitors in that class are Macy Gilliland, Audrey Lee, Daniel Carroll, and Jackson Gatos.
Congratulations once again to Miles Rodriguez, your reserve breed champion in the Berks, and your breed champion Daniel Carroll. Next up, we have Chester's entering the ring. We have Macy Gilliland, Lee, Daniel Carroll, and Jackson Gatos. First call, lightweight. First call, York, lightweight.
Seems like the PA cordless microphone is starting to have issues. They may be running out of battery, so
That's what I was thinking.
I'm going to text him, let him remind him of that.
So again, this is the one class of Chesters, weights ranging from 218 pounds to 258 pounds. Exhibitors in this class are Macy Gilliland, Audrey Lee, Daniel Carroll, and Jackson Gatos. Now you'll see the next breed following this class is the breed of Yorkshire pigs. The same distinction process applies for these two pigs. That's when you're discussing Berks and Polands. Chesters, both pigs are solid white. Polands, typically their ears are floppy. They're not as distinct as floppy as a Poland pig. And the Yorkshires, their ears just stand straight up. If you remember the pig Wilbur from Charlotte's Web, how he's depicted in the cartoons as being solid white, this is the type of pig that Wilbur the pig was.
Okay.
At Chester.
We had a Wilbur out there earlier, didn't we?
We did.
Was it Miss Guthrie had Haley Guthrie, her pig. But it wasn't white, was it?
Was not white.
No.
So just like the Poland's earlier,
Once again for the Chester, Macy Gilliland, Audrey Lee, Charlie McLean, Daniel Carroll, and Jackson Gatos.
so just like the selection process that happened with the Poland pigs earlier, the class champion of the Polands will also be receiving the breed champion banner, and the class runner-up will receive the reserve breed champion banner. And one thing to real notice for our viewers watching as well, is how white these Chesters are. The redder the pig gets, the hotter they are, and the more stressed they're likely to become.
Oh. So it's not a sunburn.
It can be because of how, like I said, because of how hot they're getting.
Sure.
Really nice spot to land in our Chester breed here today. I really like this one to go ahead and win. Man, is this thing square and fresh up high. Got a huge back leg into him, square at the top of his blade. Then you get away from him. He looks like a show pig. He's tall-shouldered. He's dead level down his top. He's balanced. He's got range of motion. I think just a very, very solid place to start there in our champion. Well, I think our reserve follows suit very similar in the way they're put together from the profile. This one's long-bodied, has height to shoulder, levelness out of his hip. He's got balance and quality from the side. To me, he's just a bit plainer in terms of his shape up high. Doesn't have the extras that our class winner does, but a really nice one to land there in 2. The bear we've got in 3. From his hip forward, I really like this one. Square at the top of his blade, has a lot of muscle and shape there over his loin, bold in his forerib, stout in his forearm, but it's from his hip back where we find a few issues. To me, he gets a bit rounder out of his hip, wants to keep his hind wheel just a bit, just want to set down on his rear toes just a hair. If you recognize him from his hip back, that's an awfully nice one. I think we've got similar molds between 4 and 5 here to me. I think the difference is the gilt we've got in 4 is just a bit bolder down her top, maybe a bit bolder in terms of her forerib. And the gilt that we round out the set with, man, is she long-bodied and sound. To me, she's just a bit plainer in terms of her shape, maybe a bit staler in terms of her condition, but a nice pair of them we got to round out the set with. Let's give them a hand.
Congratulations to Macy Gilliland, our class champion. Chester's the Grand Breed champion. Audrey Lee, the class runner-up, is the Reserve Breed champion of Chester, followed by Daniel Carroll in 3rd, Jackson Gatos in 4th, and Mr. McLean in 5th. Couldn't catch the first name, so he's Mr. McLean in here.
Once again for the Chesters, 5th place we have Charlie McLean, 4th place Jackson Gatos, 3rd place Daniel Carroll, 2nd place Audrey Lee and your reserve breed champion, and 1st place Macy Gilliland as well as your breed champion. Let's give them a quick round of applause. Moving into our Yorks, lightweight, we have Oakley Strawn Cash, Macy Gilliland, and Josiah Menchaca.
Again, this is the first class of the Yorkshire Pigs. This is the lightweight class. Weights ranging anywhere between 168 pounds to 220 pounds. There are 2 classes of Yorks.
First call, York heavyweight to the pins. First call, York heavyweight to the pins.
Again, there are 2 classes of the Yorkshires. This is the first class, the lightweight class. Exhibitors in this class are Oakley Strawn Cash, Macy Gilliland, and Josiah Menchaca.
Attention in the barn, there is a steer loose in the parking lot.
I don't know if you guys saw on the wide shot of the camera, but every able-bodied person just went to the door to try to corral that said steer.
Could be a bum steer, especially if he gets out on the road.
There are 5 total pigs combined for the 2 classes of Yorks, but there was a more of a distinct difference in the weights for there to be a lightweight class and a heavyweight class. The weights between the 5 pigs range from 168 pounds to 276 pounds. The pigs in this lightweight class are 168 pounds, 196 pounds, and 220 pounds. Now, I'm sure the weights have changed overnight, depending on the amount of feeding that's been taking place between the unloading of the animals and equipment here on Thursday and Friday, because they had weigh-ins all between every animal all day on Friday. And that's also, Friday night was when the classes were also sorted out as well.
Some give and take among these 3, no doubt. The young lady's battle, we've got to go ahead and get the nod here. This one's not the most massive, he's not the heaviest muscled, and he's not the stoutest featured, but I think he's got plenty of all those categories, and he is the soundest structured. He is the most correct in terms of his balance as they cross. I think he's got the most quality in his skeleton and his balance right there from the profile. I think it's just a very solid place to start. I really like pieces of the big barrel we've gotten too. Man, is this thing square up high. He's huge down his top, huge over the edge of his loin, big rolling away, really stout in terms of his forearm and his foot, really square-toed and wide at the ground. To me, it's just getting to be a bit much. When he drives out, he wants to get out in his elbow just a bit. I think going away, he's pushing out and wanting to roll out just a hair. But, man, that's a really opened up thick one that still puts it together relatively nicely. The same can be said for the young man's bear that we were just falling into 3 with. This one's really opened up and square, expressive in his shape, really stout and opened up. Well, that to me is just a bit terminal in terms of maybe just a bit raw in his body shape, maybe a bit raw in his condition, just doesn't handle his expression quite as well, but a nice one we've got in 3. Let's give him a round of applause on a job well done.
And congratulations to Macy Gilliland with her class champion of the lightweight Yorkshire Pigs, coming in first place. Second place was Josiah Menchaca, and in third place was Oakley Strong Cash. Now I need to make an apology here pretty quick once I'm going to do it now. Earlier there was an addition.
Congratulations once again. Third place, York Lightweight, Oakley Strong Cash. Second place, Josiah Menchaca. First place, Macy Gilliland. Moving into the York Heavyweight, we have Kai Baker and Jackson Gatos.
So earlier in the Chesters, I messed up. I didn't catch who was showing what pig in the Chesters, but it was Mrs. Charlie McLean. I messed up big time there, Jim.
Mrs.?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom was, correction coming in from my mama. Apparently she's good friends with that family. So I want to get ahead of the curve before.
All right, before you get in trouble?
Yeah, before I get in trouble.
Well, the bottom line is a big disclaimer when it comes to broadcasting, we make lots of mistakes. So we're used to it. We enjoy it.
Now this is
sometimes we get in trouble.
And this is the last class of the Yorks. This is the heavyweight class. There are 2 exhibitors with 2 pigs in this class, Kai Baker and Jackson Gatos. once this class champion and class runner-up are named, we will have the breed Yorkshire champion drive to determine the breed champion of the Yorkshire pigs. And then once that's said and done, moving on to the next breed of pigs for the Swine Show, be the Spots.
Well, a nice pair of heavyweight Yorks we've got here, and there's definitely some give and take between them. They're definitely really different in what they bring to the table. I like the young man's Guild to go ahead and win this particular set. This one owns the advantage in freshness up high, youthfulness through her front end. She's more extended ahead of her blade. She's got more height through shoulder. She's fresher down her top. I think she's more attractive in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg. The young man's barrel we've got in second, no doubt, stout in his foot and his forearm, huge up high, bold in the center cavity, really big out of his hip. But to me, maybe just a bit past his prime. I'd like to clean him up ahead of his blade, maybe clean him up in his lower 1/3, and just give him a touch fresher look up high. But a nice one we've got there in two, no doubt. Let's give him a round of applause on the job well done.
Congratulations to Jackson Gatos with the class champion, heavyweight York pig. Class runner-up is Kai Baker. Up next is the Yorkshire Breed Championship Drive.
Congratulations once again. In the York heavyweight, second place, Jackson Gatos. First place, Kyle Baker. First call, Spots, lightweight to the pins. First call, Spots, lightweight to the pins.
A nice pair of Yorkshires we got out here to represent our breed here today. Between the two of them, I like a lot of good things about them, but between the two of them, I think there's one that owns the advantage in presence, show ring presence, balance, range of motion, and flexible little skeleton. The young lady out of your lightweight will be your champion.
Congratulations to Mesa Gillen. She has the Grand Breed Yorkshire pig.
She's having quite the day here today. When Russ gets time, he'll review some of the earlier showings and who did what.
Macy will also have another pig coming up with she'll be taking part in the medium weight class of the Spots coming up. Now this reserve champion drive out there is Josiah Menchaca and Kai Baker. So this is a battle between the two class runner-ups.
Well, we bring our second place in out of that particular class, and like we said in class, one that maybe just we could square up going away just a hair. He's one to push out in his hock just a bit, maybe just getting a bit base wide. That's pretty critical. That's a bear that's got a huge squared blade laid into him, huge down his top. He's big going away and squared his foundation. One that still looks balanced from profile, he'll follow your champion well and be in reserve. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations to Josiah Menchaca. The class runner-up for the lightweight Yorkshire Pigs is the reserve breed champion of the Yorkshire Pigs. As Josiah Menchaca is also having a day for banners, as well as he also took part in the steer show earlier this morning.
Once again, congratulations to Josiah Menchaca, reserve breed, and your breed champion, Macy Gillen in New Yorks. Coming into the ring, we have our spots lightweight. We have Davey Gomez, Madeline Santos. Spots. All spots.
Again, this is the lightweight class, the first class of the spots. Madeline Santos and Davey Gomez are the exhibitors for this class.
Does the pig with the most spots win? How's that work?
Well, one may ask, you see the pig crossing the announcer's booth, the difference between, you would ask yourself, what's the difference between her pig and the Poland pig that showed earlier in the Swan Show? Well, this young lady's pig has more spots as we have an escaped pig from the arena. This is the gate. This is the far gate on looking to mine and Jim's left shoulder. Was not latched properly, and the pig was able to nudge it open.
Pig's gone wild.
Anyway, you'll ask yourself, like I was saying with the young ladies, solid black with the white with the spots on it on her pig. That's the biggest difference between her pig and the Poland pig that was shown earlier. Yeah, the ears are the same and they're floppy, but there's more white spots on the pig for it to be called a spot. And I love, this is my first time being back here in the show barn in a long time. The last time I was here was when my little brother, Jake Morris, was showing steers his senior year. And the adjustments that they've made for the pig side of the barn are remarkable with the gates and stuff. They used to have pins, and it would look normally like you would see like in a pig pen, where it would be able for you to climb over the pig for the pins and stuff and get into them. Well, the problem with that is, given the way the fences were lined up, those pigs would rub their ears along some of those notches that are along the pins. So you would run the risk of those pigs ripping their validation tags out of their ears.
Ew.
Well, you don't have that anymore. You don't run that risk here. So the updated with the pins and gates and stuff is more modern and up to date and more upkept as opposed to what it was in the past. So the adjustments that they've made are impressive.
Man, really some give and take between these two particular gilts we've got out here today. I really like the one we've got to go ahead and win with, and compliments to the young lady doing a great job getting that one drove. That one follows pattern what we've seen today in terms of balance and quality from the side, height to shoulder, extended ahead of his blade. dead level down his top. He's sound. He's got a lot of range of motion and flexibility and pliable right there through the center cavity of his body. Is he as massive and stout boned as the one behind her? No. But I think that's a really nice made gilt. It's really sound, has a lot of quality and balance. No question of the soundness of the gilt we've gotten too. She can squeeze under a gate. She's definitely sound. She's really stout in terms of her foot and her bone work. Driving at us, I really think she's really opened up in terms of her chest floor. She's stout and square in her blade. She's big in her center body. To me, she's just not as flashy as the one that wins. Maybe not as attractive up to her front end. Maybe doesn't want to settle down and sit down and move quite as well. But one that's no doubt got a lot of genuine parts, really stout and opened up and square. Let's give him a round of applause on a job well done.
Congratulations once more to Madeline for winning the spots lightweight, and Davey Gomez coming in second. Next in the ring, we have the medium weight spots: Giovanni Rodella, Macy Gilliland, Josiah Rodriguez. First call spots, heavyweight to the holding pin. First call spots, heavyweight to the holding pin.
Again, congratulations. In the first class of the lightweight class, the class champion was Madeline Santos. Class runner-up was Davey Gomez. This is the second class, the medium weight class of the spots. The exhibitors in this class are Giovanni Rodella, Macy Gilliland, and Josiah Rodriguez.
Well, to me, a fairly cut and dry spot to start in this particular class. This young lady's driving pretty good in my mind. Really good from the side, really square and opened up underneath, really pliable through the center part of his body. This one's got a lot of shape down his top. Nothing really wrong with this one. He offers it in a complete package. I like that one quite a bit. To me, the decisions between 2 and 3, these two are cut from the same mold in my mind. They're both a little chunky. Both could be cleaned ahead of their blade. Maybe both freshen up in terms of their shape and their freshness. But to me, the bear that the gilt we're going to go ahead and give the nod to, she's got more square shape right out of the backside of her blade. I think she's stouter in her rear bone and foot, maybe just a bit more flexible out of her hip. The young man's bear we round out the set with, No doubt huge in terms of his forearm, really bold in his forerib, has a lot of dimension and spread of muscle. I'd just like to crisp it up, maybe give him a touch more fresh shape, set his chine down deeper in him, just a touch. But a nice set to round out this particular class. Let's congratulate him.
Again, congratulations to Macy Gilliland, class champion of the medium weight spots. Second place was Giovanni Rodella, and in third place was Josiah Rodriguez. Up next is the heavyweight class of the spots. The exhibitors in this class are Carter Petty, Jaslyn Sanchez, and Brinley Benham.
And the spots medium weight, congratulations, Josiah Rodriguez, third place, Giovanni Rodella, second place, and Macy Gilliland, your winner, first place. Moving into the spots heavyweight, we have Carter Petty, Jaslyn Sanchez, Brinley Benham, and first called cross lightweight to the holding pen.
Again, it is currently 12:34 here on this Saturday of January 11th. This is the 61st Garza County Junior Livestock Show. Remind everybody of the show schedule. After the swine show is the Pee Wee Pig Show, followed by the Rabbit Show and the Pee Wee Rabbit Show, and then there will be a lunch break. So we're going to take a lunch break following the Pee Wee Rabbit Show, and we will resume with the afternoon coverage of the show at 2 o'clock.
Man, I really like the fundamentals of the one that go ahead and win this particular class. This young man there is just really genuine in my mind. Driving right at you, that's a stout skull hog that's really opened up in his chest floor. He's wide and square and stable at the ground. You get up above him, he's really got a lot of muscle and dimension down his top. He's thick going away, he's square. Get him from the profile. He doesn't blow you away in terms of style and flash, but he's just proportional in his balance. Square made, good kind of hard to go ahead and give the nod to. He gets closer between 2 and 3 to me. A little bit guilt we've gotten too. Man, has this one got a lot of spread of muscle up high. She feeds back, opens up, really bold in her forerib. Got a lot of dimension in her body shape going away. She's got a lot of rear bone and stoutness. To me, get away from her. I'd like to clean her up ahead of her blade, maybe make her a bit more attractive, maybe clean her up in terms of her bottom line. But that's really stout made gilt. They could just use a bit more look. And the one we round out the set with, Young Ladies Bear. Really tall-shouldered, long-bodied, and extended. To me, this one just doesn't balance well enough from profile. You got a little, like to clean him up ahead of his blade, and then he runs up to his flank, and it just throws off his balance image just a hair. but a really nice one to round out the set with. Let's congratulate him on a job well done.
Again, congratulations. Your class champion for the heavyweight spots is Carter Petty. In second place is Jaslyn Sanchez. In third place is Brindley Benham. Now is the championship, the breed championship drive for your spots. It'll be Carter, your class champions. Remind everybody are Carter Petty for the heavyweights, Macy Gilliland in the medium weights, and Madeline Santos in the lightweights.
When I say we've got out here for our spot drive, I think it's close between all three of these. Maybe just break them down briefly just to show you what I'm thinking. The young lady's lightweight gilt. Man, this one follows suit of what we've been trying to pick all day in terms of balance, in terms of height to shoulder and freshness up front. Really flexible, got a lot of range of motion and sound. Did she just blow you away in terms of mass and power? No, but a really nice fundamental gilt we've got there. And then we barely come out of the class 2 with, man, is this one just really hard to knock a major hole in. Wide and square underneath, has a great look from profile, has a lot of muscle and shape, really complete in my mind, just hard to knock a major hole in. And then barely come out of our last class that we just saw, what we just stated, really opened up, fundamental type hog that's got a lot of stoutness, a lot of squareness, a lot of dimension to him. Does he blow you away from the side? No, but a really square, fundamentally made hog that you can appreciate. There's one that I like from the side just a bit better. I think the young lady's bear offers a bit more quality, a bit more freshness. She'll be your champion. Let's congratulate her.
Yeah, congratulations to Macy Gilliland. She is her pig is the grand breed champion for the spots from her medium weight class.
We bring out our second. Is that opened up, thick, chunky one, no doubt. He's square and big at the top of his blade. He's got a lot of muscle, a lot of stoutness and feature to him. Maybe not as flashy as some of them out here. Maybe clean him up ahead of his blade like we stated. But I still think there's one out here that follows our champion in terms of squareness, in terms of genuineness of skeleton, in terms of quality. I like the young man's heavyweight for reserve.
Congratulations to Carter Petty, his class champion from the heavyweight class of the spots. Is a reserved breed champion.
Congratulations once again to Carter Petty in the spots, and Macy Gilliland, your grand champion in the spots. Moving on to the crosses, lightweight.
Up next is the crossbreed pigs. This is the first class of the crosses. This is the lightweight class. Weights range anywhere between 158 pounds to 200 pounds. Exhibitors in this class are Kylene Garcia, Zachary Gatos, Josiah Menchaca, Davey Gomez, Sissy Duncan, Jackson Gatos, and Noah Vizcaino. This is the most popular breed of pig that is always shown here at the Garza County Show. The amount of exhibitors per class so far today average about 6 or 7 per class.
On to the cross lightweight, have Kylie Garcia, Zachary Gatos, Josiah Menchaca, Davey Gomez, Sissy Duncan, Gatos, Noah Vizcaino. First call, cross, light, medium weight to the holding pen. First call, cross, light, medium weight to the holding pen.
Yes, so there are 4 classes of crosses. Mind everybody of the exhibitors in this class is Kylene Garcia, Zachary Gatos, Josiah Menchaca, Davey Gomez, Sissy Duncan, Jackson Gatos, and Noah Vizcaino. This class is so big. I want to remind everybody of how the show started off this morning at 9 o'clock. The show began with the heifer show. Macy Gillen took the grand champion of the heifers, and then Annie Bassinger took the reserve grand champion heifer. Then it went to the steers, and Macy Gilliland swept the grand and reserved champion steers. And then now we are at the swine show. Started off with the Durocs. Haley Guthrie had the grand breed of Duroc. Laramie Moore had the reserve breed of Duroc. Then it went to the Hampshire pigs. Thomas Gomez had the grand breed of the Hampshires. And Macy Gillen had the reserve breed of the Hampshires. Daniel Carroll had the grand breed Poland. And Hunter Tanner had the reserve breed of Poland. Then went to the Berkshire pigs. Daniel Carroll had the grand breed in the Berkshires. And Miles Rodriguez had the reserve breed of the Berkshires. Then it went to the Chester class. Macy Gillen had the grand breed champion Chester pig, and Audrey Lee had the reserve breed Chester pig. And then in the last 2 breeds, Macy Gillen had the grand breed champion Yorkshire pig. Josiah Menchaca had the reserve breed champion Yorkshire pig. And then in the spots, Macy Gillen took the grand breed champion spot, and Carter Petty took the reserve breed champion spot.
First call, cross light medium weight. First call for light medium weight cross to the pin.
We're a really good trio to start our cross show with here today. I like a lot of things about all three of these men, and it gets really close in particular up top to me. There's little minute differences between the two of them and some give and take, but ultimately I really like this Belt-A-Bear we go ahead and win with. Man, is this guy cool from the side. He's fresh up front, really gives a nice look. He's stout in his foot and his bone, really stout in his rear bone, maintains his balance the best as he crosses. Then you get up above him, he's really square and fresh up. I got a lot of thickness to him. To me, he's the most stable at the ground. He's the most coordinated on his feet and legs. That's why he go ahead and win. At first, I thought this was the one to beat the young lady's white bear we've got here. Man, is this guy a truck. He's opened up front, huge motor in him, really big and bold in his center body, big and massive going away. He's got a lot of shape and muscle, and when he crosses, he's still clean and youthful ahead of his blade, but the longer we drive these things, to me, he just gets a bit unstable off his rear too, just not as quite as coordinated, not quite as flexible as the one to go ahead and win, but that's a really nice one we've got sitting in too. The young man's bear we've got in 3, he follows suit as our winner in terms of his look ahead of his blade, his freshness up high, really expressive in his shape, really stout in his foot and his bone work. To me, he's just a bit rawer in terms of his body shape, just a bit greener, not as fresh as the ones ahead of him, but a nice one we've got going in 3. Let's give him a round of applause on the job well done.
Again, congratulations to Josiah Menchaca, the class champion, Davey Gomez in second place, and Zachary Gatos in third.
Congratulations once more. Place, Sissy Duncan. 6th place, Colleen Garcia. 5th place, Jackson Gatos. 4th place, Noah Vizcaino. 3rd place, Zachary Gatos. 2nd place, Davey Gomez. And 1st place in the cross lightweight, Josiah Menchaca. Moving on to the cross light medium weight, we have Isaac Vela, Zach Grubbs, Miles Rodriguez, Noah Vizcaino, Lindy McLean, Cody Osborne, Hunter Tanner, Natalie Rodriguez, Audrey Lee. First call, cross medium weight to the holding pin. First call, cross medium weight to the holding pin.
Again, this is the second class. This is the light medium weight class of the crosses. Exhibitors in this class are Isaac Vela, Zach Grubbs, Miles Rodriguez, Noah Vizcaíno, Lindy McLean, Cody Osborne, Hunter Tanner, Natalie Rodriguez, and Audrey Lee. There are 9 pigs/exhibitors in this class.
Second call, cross medium weight. Second call, cross medium weight to the holding pen.
but we're cranking up the heat in our crossbred show. These top four are awfully close, and man, they're good. I really like this one to go ahead and win. That's a show pig in every which way you talk about it. Get this girl from the side. She's so balanced, so good in terms of her basic build, fundamental, flexible. She maintains her balance, look, and motion. Then you get to either end of her. She's opened up in her skeleton. She's fresh up high, got a stout skull in her. I like that one quite a bit. To me, the decision's between 2 and 3. The longer we study them, the more I appreciate the gilt we've gotten too. This gilt is so genuine in terms of her skeleton. She's opened up in her chest floor. She's got the advantage in squareness at her knee. She's really bold and square at the backside of her blade. Get him driving away. Man, is she big. She's got a stout rear leg and sets it down square. To me, she just kind of runs downhill just a hair. Doesn't have the look of the two on either side of her. Maybe pick her up on her front end just a bit. But I really like pieces of that gilt going forward. The young man's gilt coming in third, man, this one's got a cool look. Super tall fronted, really youthful ahead of her blade, fresh up high. She gives a great look from the side. He does a great job showing this one. When she drives at you, she wants to close up underneath, wants to get in underneath just a bit. Could use just a bit more muscle going away. She doesn't have the stoutness of the one ahead of her, and that's why she lands in 3. But good job to you. And I really like pieces of this Blue Bear we got in 4. Man, you get up on this one, he is so big and spread to his top. He is massive up high, huge going away. He's got a lot of product, but he just doesn't handle it quite right. He wants to get rounded out of his hip, tight out of his hip, and doesn't want to really flex and go and get out and motor. But man, that's an opened up thick one we got in 4. Let's congratulate him on a job well done.
Again, congratulations to Hunter Tanner, the class champion from the light medium weight crosses. In second place was Lindy McLean. Third place was Miles Rodriguez. Fourth was Cody Osborne. Fifth was Zach Grubbs. Sixth was Natalie Rodriguez. Seventh was Noah Vizcaino. Eighth was Isaac Vela. Ninth was Audrey Lee.
Coming into the ring, cross a medium weight. Born, Giovanni Rodella, Enrique Resendez, Jackson Gatos, and Josiah Rodriguez.
And this is the third class of crosses. Exhibitors are Cody Osborne, Giovanni Rodella, Adam Rodella, Enrique Resendez, Sarah McCloy, Jackson Gatos, and Josiah Rodriguez.
No, we're on medium. Yeah.
First call, cross heavyweight to the holding pen. First call, cross heavyweight to the holding pen. Second call for cross heavyweight to the holding pen. Second call for cross heavyweight to the holding pen.
man, a really nice place to start in this class. That was just a bit tougher to put together in my mind, but this is the thing to do in this particular drive. This young man is driving a truck here. This one's so opened up underneath, so stout and massive in his foot and his forearm and his blade. He's got a huge top blade in him. He's big and square going away, stout at the ground. For as wide and massive as he is, it's impressive that he still stays within his body wall, still square going away, keeps it within himself and sets down functional. I like that one quite a bit. The decision for me is between 2 and 3, and between the two of them, I like the young man's barrel over here. This one's got more fresh shape. He's stouter in his forearm. He's bolder in his forearm. I think he's got more fresh shape and expression of muscle. If we could change him, I think he's getting a bit silty up front, maybe make him relaxed in his angles, maybe just a bit more coordinated on the move, and that's what we give to the nod to the young man in 3. This one can go all day. This one's sound, flexible, functional, sets down square. It's just a lack of shape of muscle that gets in 3rd. A bit plainer ahead of his blade, a bit plainer in his shape, just not as attractive as the two ahead of him, but a nice one to round out the set with. Let's congratulate him.
And congratulations to Cody Osborne, the class champion for the medium weight crosses. Second place was Enrique Resendez in 2nd, followed by Josiah Rodriguez in 3rd. 4th place was Sarah McCloy. 5th place was Giovanni Rodella. The 6th place was Jackson Gatos. And his 7th place was Adam Rodella. Now, this is the final class of the crosses. This is the heavyweight class of the crosses. Exhibitors in this class are Charlie McLean, Caleb Grubbs, Elizabeth Gonzalez.
Coming into the ring cross heavyweight, we have Caleb Grubbs, Elizabeth Gonzalez, Juan Rodriguez, Zachary Gatos, and Laramie Moore.
Again, so we have Charlie McLean, Caleb Grubbs, Elizabeth Gonzalez, Juan Carlos Rodriguez, Zachary Gatos, and Laramie Moore. Okay, so as of note, I'm not seeing. I have Charlie McLean listed as an exhibitor for the cross heavyweights on my sheet. I'm not seeing her out there, so I wonder if she was scratched off. So anyway, your exhibitors for this class are Caleb Grubbs, Elizabeth Gonzalez, Juan Carlos Rodriguez, Zachary Gatos, and Laramie Moore.
a good class to round out our crossbreds with. I think it's close between these top two. I like them quite well. This young lady is both a gilt. We go ahead and give the nod to. She's got more length ahead of her blade. I think she's more extended. She's more youthful ahead of her blade. Got a shot more look from profile. And then you get to a rear three-quarter and let this girl drive at you. Man, she's stout-footed. She's square. She's good in her base width. She's got enough body shape and mass. I think just a very solid place to start there. The young man's blue gilt coming in too. This one's got some cool pieces. Super wide-chested, super stout in her forearm blade, really expressive in her muscle shape. She handles it well going away. She sits down square. I think at times she's just a bit fuller. She's got a bit more waist ahead of her blade, not as attractive as the one that wins, but she's also getting a bit more fill. I think it's a nice gilt that rounds out in second. The barrel we've got in three. The gilt we've got in three, excuse me. Man, this one's expressive. This one's got a lot of terminal shape, a lot of muscle from behind, a lot of stoutness of foot and forearm. It just comes in a bit raw of a package, a bit tighter in his forerib, a bit tighter in his flank, just doesn't piece together quite as well as the ones ahead of him. The young lady's gilt we've got in four. I like the foot size, I like the bone of this one, I like the forearm. It just tends to run downhill just a hair. Wants to run up in his chine just a bit, just doesn't balance up quite as well from profile. And then the young man's barrel that we round out the set with. Man, this one's stout-footed and stout in forearm, has a stout rear leg. To me, this one needs to be picked up on his front pastureage. Need to reorganize his front end just a hair, but a nice one to round out the set with. Let's congratulate him on a job well done.
And congratulations to Laramie Moore. She had the class champion of the heavyweight crosses. Second place was Zachary Gatos. Third was Juan Carlos Rodriguez. Fourth was Elizabeth Gonzalez, and fifth was Caleb Grubbs. Up next is the crossbreed championship drive. And then once the grand and reserve crossbreed champions are selected, we will then have the grand champion and reserve champion showcase for the pigs. Winners from each class in the lightweights crosses was Josiah Menchaca. First place from the light medium weight class was Hunter Tanner. First place from the medium weight crosses was Cody Osborne. And first place was Laramie Moore from the heavyweight crosses.
Well, tip of the hat to you crossbred exhibitors. This is a wicked good drive we've got out here. I'd like to take home each and every one of these four we've got out here driving, man. They're good. And compliments to you exhibitors. It's been fun and cross show to sort, no doubt. That really comes down to between two of them in my mind. Really, really close between the two of them. I think they both offer a tremendous amount of quality, a tremendous amount of functionality, muscle shape, and goodness to them. I haven't quite decided which two it is yet, but I'll set this down and we'll get you a champion in the reserve, and then we'll congratulate them.
Congratulations to Josiah Menchaca with the Grand Breed Cross from the lightweight class. And congratulations to Hunter Tanner. His light medium weight cross is the reserve breed champion.
Congratulations to Hunter Tanner, our reserve in the cross, and Josiah Menchaca as our breed champion.
Next up is the selection of the Grand Champion Pig and the Reserve Champion Pig.
At this time, we need all reserve breed champions in the Swan Division report to the ring. All reserve breed champions in the Swan Division report to the ring.
So they just called all reserve breed champions back to the ring. So they're going to start the selection process of the reserve grand champion pig. Haven't done this yet, but shout out to Neil Easter. He's out helping Nancy Morris and company out there in the ring for as long as I can remember. Whenever the Easters moved up here to Post, they've been heavily involved in the Garza County Livestock Show, and they do a tremendous effort to help keep this thing up and running and alive and running every year. I want to thank them for all they do as well.
As the reserve breed champions are making their way to the ring, we want to take a moment to thank E6 Livestock for sponsoring our reserve grand champion buckle in the Swan Division, and Texas Farm Bureau for sponsoring our grand champion buckle in the Swan Division. Now if we can have all breed champions to the holding pen. All breed champions to the holding pen.
Now they've called all breed champions to the holding pen.
Well, what a fun pig show it's been here today. I tell you, the quality has been top notch. This grand drive we've got out here is second to none. If there's one thing I've learned from going to pig shows, the pig guys love their grand drive speeches. I mean, those things get animated and they can last for hours. I wish I had a boatload of wisdom to share with you, but personally, I feel like I'm still trying to fill my boat with some wisdom. So I don't have enough to share with you, but the only thing I can tell you exhibitors is you're in the best spot you can be to develop the greatest work ethic and character you can get, and that's the best tool you'll have in your toolbox for the rest of your life. So stick with it, continue to work hard at home, it'll reward you in the end. As for the hogs, it's so great. I think there's 2 or 3 of them that are just second to none. I wish we could pick a third overall, but I'll set this down and we'll select you 2 of them. Once again, let's give a round of applause. Our grand champion, Thomas Gomez, with his medium weight ham. And our reserve grand champion, Josiah Menchaca, with his cross light. Thank you once again to Texas Farm Bureau for sponsoring the grand champion buckle, and E6 Livestock for our reserve grand champion buckle.
Congratulations to Thomas Gomez.
If you signed your child up for a Pee Wee Pig, if you could start making your way to the gate right over here with a pig.
Again, congratulations to Thomas Gomez with the grand champion swine. He had a middleweight hemp, I believe.
To the swan holding pen, sorry.
And then congratulations to Josiah Menchaca with his grand champion cross. Now we're moving ahead to the Pee Wee Pig Show. Before we head over to the Rabbit Show. While that's getting taken care of, we're going to take just a quick 15-second break, and we'll be right back. This is the 61st Annual Garza County Junior Livestock Show. You're listening live on Facebook.
Hey!
again, this is the 61st annual Garza County Livestock Show. I want to thank our streaming sponsors, Gary and Tanya Gilliland. Gary is the ag teacher at Post High School. Tanya is the diagnostician at the school, and their daughter Macy is a participant in the stock show today. Win Resources LLC is an energy company in the oil and gas industries. The business started 3.5 years ago and is looking toward growth in and around West Texas with current production. And Chuck Morris is the local production foreman. And special thanks to PHS alum and former stock shower Bryce Easter of E6 Welding. Thank you to all of those that made this special presentation possible. That way we could get this streamed on Facebook. Also want to remind everybody coming up that on Thursday, January 16th, next week at 6 o'clock, I believe in the high school commons, is the Garza County Junior Livestock Association Buyers Meal and Sale. They are excited to invite you to our upcoming county livestock sale. All proceeds go to the youth of Garza County and their livestock projects. It is at Post High School, I believe in the Commons at 307 West 4th Street. Meal starts at 6 o'clock and the sale will begin at 7. Real quickly, just other housekeeping business. We want to thank the sponsor of the Grand Champion Swine Belt Buckle. The sponsor is Texas Farm Bureau, and the sponsor for the Reserve Grand Champion Belt Buckle is an E6 Livestock. Also, want to thank the sponsors earlier today for the Grand Champion Heifer Buckle. Goes to the sponsors Texas Farm Bureau, and the Reserve Grand Champion Heifer Belt Buckle is the Joel Bassinger family. The Grand Champion Steer Belt Buckle sponsors Texas Farm Bureau. The Reserve Grand Champion Steer Buckle sponsor is Day Cattle. The Junior Showmanship Award sponsor is 3F Cattle Services. And the Senior Showmanship sponsor is my dad, Rusty Morris. And thank you all for your sponsoring. As we move ahead, just a quick preview for the rabbit show coming up after this Pee Wee Goat Show. Texas Farm Bureau is the sponsor for the Grand Champion Rabbit Buckle. Chris and Stacy Archuleta are the sponsors for the Reserve Grand Champion Rabbit Buckle. The Junior Showmanship for the Rabbits sponsor is Chris and Stacy Archuleta. And the sponsor for the Senior Showmanship Rabbit is the former Sheriff of Garza County, Terry Morgan. Thank you all for what you have done this year to make sure that this Garza County Stock Show has become a possibility. I want to thank the special guests here today as well. The Stock Show announcer is Sol De Leon. The Stock Show judge is Brody Halfman. The Stock Show judge for the Rabbits is Mandy Couch. The Pee Wee judge is Judge Lee Norman. And the sale auctioneer at the sale next Thursday is Connor Cowdery. And the photographer for today's events is Whitney Dorset. Also, we would like to recognize the seniors. The show today from both Post and Southland. Seniors from Post are Macy Gilliland, Hannah Krauser, Cameron Menchaca, Cooper Osborne, and Kason Wink. And the seniors from Southland are McKaylee Green, Zach Grubbs, and Giovanni Rodella. Congratulations to all of those that are graduating this year in May of 2025. GCJLA says, we are proud of you and your accomplishments. So best of luck to each and every one.
Last call for Pee Wee Swine. Last call for Pee Wee Swine.
So best of luck to each and everyone in their future endeavors after the stock show, as I'm sure for a couple of these seniors for Post, Jim and I will be calling their names just a few more times whenever baseball and softball season are starting just right around the corner. Want to remind everybody of the schedule as well. So right now we are at the Pee Wee Pig Show. It's currently 1:51. And I say that because as soon as we're done with the Pee Wee Swine Show, we're moving on to the Rabbit Show and the Pee Wee Rabbit Show. And as soon as that is done, there will be a lunch break. Approximately, it will last 90 minutes from the conclusion of the Pee Wee Rabbit Show. And then as soon as the break is over, we will broadcast the Lamb Show. Now on the schedule here, it says that the Lamb Show is set to begin at 2 o'clock. Well, that's probably not going to happen, seeing as we have to break for lunch. So whenever that announcement is made, I will turn it over to the PA announcer. She'll either be Sol De Leon or Crystal Osborne in the announcer's booth. They will make that announcement. I will repeat what they said. And whatever decisions they make going forward, we will go from there. And also, while we're at it, we would like to thank the 2024-2025 officers of the Garza County Junior Livestock Association. The current president for this year is Augie Menchaca. Vice president is Brad Gatos. The recording secretary is Matt Dorsett. Past president is Will Osborne. Corresponding secretary is Crystal Osborne. And your members at large are Joel Basinger, Charles Atchison, and Patrick Carroll. We would like to thank the stock show superintendents today. Nancy Morris is the swine, lamb, and goat superintendent. Buddy Thompson was the steer and heifer superintendent, and Danny Peterson is the rabbit superintendent. As underway, you're seeing on the screen the pig show, the Pee Wee Pig Show. It's opportunity to allow these young and up-and-comers to get up close with an animal. Sometimes these kids will get up to them for the first time. Others, this is a way to gauge their interest to see if this is something that they would like to do when they get older and when they get old enough. We got a wild pig on the loose.
Well, I think every one of them said they were going to show pigs when they get older, so I think Garza County's in good hands on the swine side. As a new father, I've got a girl about the same age as some of these kids out here, and I realize how important it is to get them out here in this industry and help you and do things with, pack them every day and take them with you and show them how to do it. I think this is a great spot for these kids. Congratulations to every one of you, and keep it up.
If we have anyone in the barn that has a homemaking entry, you may go ahead and start picking those up.
So now what you're seeing out there in the ring, they're getting the tables or the long tables set up so that way we can get the rabbit show underway. Remind everybody, the sponsor for the rabbit show for the grand champion rabbit belt buckle is Texas Farm Bureau, and the reserve grand champion rabbit belt buckle is Chris and Stacy Archuleta. And the judge for the rabbit show is Mrs. Mandy Couch.
For our swine exhibitors, we have a photographer over at the backdrop if you are wanting to go over for those photographs.
At this time, if we can have all of the rabbit exhibitors to the ring, all rabbit exhibitors to the ring. Watching them take pictures of steers.
Reasons. Your reasons. All right. We're ready whenever you are. Okay, Brinley. Come stand over here. Start right there by you two, okay? How are y'all doing? Mine might be a little early to that. Yeah? Pretty nice. Whose bunny's this one? Mr. Bunny? Oh, rabbit. We come here for something? Okay, that's okay. She's a good girl, huh? That good boy. She's a girl.
So this is the only class of the junior does of the rabbits.
How long have you had
So
her?
here's your Owen Cole and Jackson Gators.
Since last year? What's her name? Vicky? Do I place the does? Okay. Do y'all not do tats? Do y'all not have tats or anything? Okay. What's your name? Jackson? Well, I'm going to give you a first for your rabbit. Okay? Out of the two does, she's got more width than her. She's got a little bit more thickness if you look at her from behind. Okay? So I know this is a Dutch, and it's a different class of rabbit, but this one's definitely got a lot more to her. Okay? When it comes to judging her to her standard. Now, your little one, I'm going to give her a second place. I'm not going to hog her much. She has a really nice smile. If you can find a way to lay down, that's right from the ground. I did too. I'll just do that.
Stay right here, okay? They're doing the different classes. Get by your rabbit. You go. Your rabbit isn't getting touched.
How old's your little bug?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
favorite breeds, mini satin.
Okay, I want to congratulate Jackson Gatos with his first place junior doe. Owen Cole coming in second. Now we're on the junior bucks with Zachary Gatos and Owen Cole.
It's okay, I've raised many of these. Okay. This one is the first. I'm gonna place this buck over this buck. So, this is yours. Yes, this is yours. Why do you want to go down? Junior buck, junior. And then who's the reserve? And that is Jackson's. Okay. So, division champion is this one. And if you'll just do some little reasons. Okay, we got several nice little rabbits up here. I like how we have the mini satin with the Dutch. The mini satin is a junior buck, has the best coat out of all three of them. He has pretty nice, good type. I like how he's short in his stature. He's a little bit thicker in his loin than the other three. The junior doe that's going to place him or place under him as reserve division. She's a big doe. Holding her to the standard, she's probably a little bit over the standard weight, but when I think when she was more compact, she fit her standard better. The two little Dutches are out of coat, and I just think that this little chocolate right here could just use a little bit of more, I'm not good at reasons, more, less drag underneath him. Sorry, I'm not good at
For our junior does, Jackson Gatus got first place, Owen Cole second place. For our junior bucks, Owen Cole got first place and Zachary Gatus got second. And Owen had the grand division and Jackson had reserve grand division. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to Owen Cole with the first place in a Grand Division Rabbit. And then congratulations to Jackson Gatos with the first place in a Reserve Division Rabbit. Up next, we're moving on to the senior does. We have Owen Cole, Zachary Gatos, Quinn Corley, and Zoe Ray exhibiting their rabbits for the senior does.
Okay, this is a nice group of senior does. We have all 4 different breeds. I really like this little lot mix here. She's cute. She doesn't quite go with the standard when it goes to her color, but it really makes her stand out. And so she's got a 4th place for us today. She looks really good. She has a lot of weight on her that looks nice. She's not skinny, and she's a real happy rabbit. So that's what I like to see. First place, we're going to skip a little bit. We're going to go to this Mini Rex. The Mini Rex is closest to its standard in the 4 up here. It's nice, clean fur. It's not broken. It's not coming apart in 2 different sections. I really like the Mini Satin and the Dutch. They're comparable on their meeting the standard, but the Dutch is out of coat today, and more points are on the Mini Satin, so that's why its coats got it today.
All right, so congratulations to Quinn Corley, class champion of the senior does, followed by Quinn Cole in 2nd, Zachary Gatos in 3rd, and Zoe Ray in 4th. Next,
Our senior doe class winners are Quinn Corley with 1st, Zachary Gatus with 2nd, Owen Cole 3rd, and Zoe Ray 4th. Congratulations, guys.
sorry, my eyes deceived me a little bit there. I'm sorry, apologize. First place was Quinn Corley. 2nd place was Zachary Gatos. 3rd place was Quinn Cole. And in 4th was Zoe Ray with the senior does. Next is the last class of the rabbits. It's the senior bucks. Exhibitors are Quinn Corley, Owen Cole, and Caleb Grubbs.
Okay, today I am placing the Mini Rex third. He's got nice type. He's got a little bit more length in his shoulder. He still has a nice round top to him and a pretty plush fur, but he's in that breaking his coat, trying to get some more. Time for a new coat. Second place is going to be our little mini satin here. It's a cute little squirrel, has nice body type, meets the standard quite well, actually, but it's also kind of breaking coat and hasn't finished out his coat as well as our first place animal, who is a pretty exceptional little Californian. I think he would benefit anybody's program when you're looking for something to bring width into it, especially for meat pens. Like I said earlier, this Californian really has some type to him. He's kind of got a dead coat going on, and that's what's going to place him underneath this Mini Rex here. He has a little bit more flesh condition, but her fur is worth more points, so she's going to be the division champion. He's going to be reserve.
All right, our senior buck division. First place, Owen Cole. Second place, Quinn Corley. And third place, Caleb Grubbs. Congratulations.
First place went to Owen Cole in the senior bucks. Second place went to Quinn Corley. And third place went to Caleb Grubbs. And if I saw the ribbons being handed out correctly, Quinn Corley with her senior doe is the grand division champion of the senior. And then the senior buck, and then the reserve division champion with her senior is Owen Cole. Now is the drive for the grand champion and reserve grand champion rabbit. Before we start the Pee Wee Rabbit Show.
we got a pretty group up here. I really like this little mini satin. She is gonna not get reserved today because of she peeks a little bit far forward, and her coat is trying to change at the moment. Or him, I think it's a him. It's a him. And his color and his points are just a little bit lighter. So that puts our Californian as our reserve grand champion and our mini Rex as grand. Congratulations.
That's grand. This is grand.
All right, for our senior class, we had Quinn Corley with the Grand Division breed and Owen Cole with Reserve Grand Division. Congratulations, guys. Caleb Grubbs, we are needing you in the ring with your rabbits. After we conclude the rabbit show, we will take an hour break for lunch and then come back for lambs and goats.
So once we conclude the rabbit show, we're going to take an hour break for lunch. And then once that hour is up, we will be back with the lamb show.
All right, our rabbit showmanship. Doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Rabbit showmanship for junior class, Owen Cole, and seniors, Zach Gatus. You may start the blowers.
Okay, so that is the conclusion of the rabbit show. Your showmanship for the juniors is Owen Cole. Seniors is Zachary Gatos. So now, it's 2:58. We're going to take an hour break for lunch. And when we come back here at right around 3, we will have the lamb show. I want to thank everybody for tuning in for the morning portion of the Garza County Junior Livestock Show. I'm Russ Morris, and I will see you guys right around 3 o'clock after lunch.